Guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. 24 hours left, or rather 24, 5, 6, 7, 27 hours and 53 minutes. It's not like I can make my poll, like or the title match exactly. That would be cool, though, if I could have like an active countdown in the title. That'd be neat. I got the new Mystery Mountain Dew as well. We're going to try that today. I don't know what flavor it is. I'm always interested in like testing out the flavors. We shall see what the Mystery Mountain Dew flavor is. I don't know what it is. I haven't tasted it yet. We're gonna taste it on stream. Anyway, let me hit the intro button first. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go to do 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 do. And let's hop into the Vessel of Hatred waiting room in Discord. Just a heads up to all the kinship members, if you guys are looking to play with everybody, I do have a sign-up sheet. I don't know if you're going to be here on launch, but the sign-up sheet does have a little checkbox, like that you're going to be here on launch. So make sure you guys check one way or another whether you're going to be here. That way we can set up teams. Let's try this out. Definitely got a citrus. The smell of it, though. It smells very fruity. Not really sure how to pinpoint it. There's definitely some fruitiness there. Fruity. It's fruity fruits. It tastes familiar. It really does. It tastes really familiar. Almost like Fruity Pebbles? In drink form? Am I drinking Fruity Pebbles? I think it's Fruity Pebbles, guys. Let me get the undiluted right from the can. We need to do some cleanup here. What's up, Robert? We do need to get some cleanup done. Let's hop onto my my naked mancer. Let's get a little bit of cleanup running. I'm probably just going to delete all my characters because there's no reason to keep them yet again. Like there's no reason to keep them. There is yet again no reason to keep any of the equipment. So this is all legacy gear from previous seasons that I just don't really feel like hanging on to anymore. And I'm pretty much only going to be playing seasonal characters anyway, so let's just get rid of everything. Let's go on a destruction spree, shall we?
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
Oh, destroying items. So many doojanks in here. Oh yeah, those things. I pretty much hung on to like every single unique too, and like I just don't, I just don't want to hang on to them anymore. So that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna destroy them all. We got new uniques coming in from season 5 anyway, and then those uniques from season 5 are gonna get like turned into trash too. So I'm gonna have to collect all the uniques again. That's pretty much all there is to it. I thought about keeping these as like a historic record of, like older uniques, but then I remembered that they all get changed. So like they all get sort of like half updated, half not updated to the new stats, and so like I don't know, it doesn't really seem to me like it's something worth hanging on to. I have made up my mind. We are just going to destroy everything, and we are going to move on with our lives. That is what we are going to do. He go bye-bye into the garbage. We go bye-bye. What's up, Dime Vision? How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I got the new Mountain Dew Halloween mystery flavor, and I'm trying to figure out what it is, and I think it's Fruity Pebbles. I also got these absolutely delicious Steph give me all those like crazy things from different countries. I got like this is a made in Germany product. Let's see, Germany. For those from Germany, it's called Nobelies. Assortment of biscuits and wafers. What is that? I don't know. What's he now?
Wind favor you.
All right. Clearing out some space. None of this stuff is worth keeping anyway. It's all garbaggio. Garbage, garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. All old hat stuff. None of it's going to be useful. Multiple patches of equipment that are just like slowly degrading into, I don't even know what they're turning into at this point because they're slowly getting destroyed into nothingness. Like every single patch, the items are getting manipulated up or down in item power, and like other things are starting to happen. It's really weird. The Nobelese stuff? Yeah. It's Nobelese assortment of biscuits and wafers. It says made in Germany right there on the package. Got a back on it. Some lady. A little shop that says Baccarat Hans Freitag. This one's got jam inside. It's got a little jam in the center. No, I'm not German. I'm trying out weird things from the grocery store. The jam got stuck in my tooth, and then it pulled out of the cookie. And then when the jam pulled out of the cookie, it was like the structural integrity of the cookie like completely just diminished into nothingness, and it just like started crumbling into cookie pieces, which Cody has now conveniently helped me clean up here for you. But that was a very odd experience. That is some very dry jam. What is this? A chocolate covered pretzel? I like a chocolate pretzel. What am I sharing? What? What's that? I missed it? You missed the Noblies? This was just some thing I got at the store. I don't know, they're interesting looking. They're like... Can you see inside the bag? There you go. Put you guys in the bag. Yeah, some shaking around a little bit so you can get a better view. Like, or rotate it like a dryer. There you go. But it's an assortment pack of little cookies. Or biscuits. I call biscuit. I said biscuit. Biscuits and wafers. Don't let her fool you. I got her a whole bunch of stuff. I got her some fancy... So I went to the store and they got like a little tiny little itty bitty section of like foreign goods. And she'd been watching a whole bunch of stuff on Israel lately, so I thought it would be funny. And I got her like the Israeli snacks and like little peanut butter puffs, and I got her like the garlic pickles, and I got her like the little tea biscuits and stuff, everything like, you know, like kosher, like all the kosher foods. Like this is one of them. These are really good. These are really good. They're called Bombas peanut butter puffs, and they got hazelnut filling on the inside. Things melt in your mouth. These things are delicious. I'm still waiting on her to tell me whether the pickles are any good. I need to know. We need to know whether the pickles are any good, Gina. I mean, beautiful lady. We need to know what the pickles are any good. Are they good? This is the girl that literally drinks pickle juice. Last time I got pickles, she drank all the pickle juice out of the pickle jar before I even had a chance to finish the pickles. I had dry pickles. It tastes like garlic and happiness. So does that mean you like them?
My skill is unmatched. You'll see. Forge awaits your return.
I wait until she tries out all the other stuff.
Plenty worth keep. Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be deleting a bunch of characters here. I mean, I keep all the potions. I don't see any reason why not. These are all my boss mats. Looks like boss mats can go in here. I'm going to hang on to these for videos and other stuff, and maybe I'll hand them out to some people who play Eternal Realm eventually. I don't know. I actually kind of want to keep his equipment because I know it's old and it's not any good, but it's also This is also my first character, and that's what he had on. So, like, this is my first character in D4. Like, since when I originally started, it's kind of fun to see him still set up as he originally was, and see how weak he's become. Honestly, from the previous seasons. Every season that goes by, he just seems to get weaker and weaker. Unfortunately. Oh no, it's a sweet pickle. The juice isn't as good as a regular dill. Yeah, I suppose garlic pickle juice is not that great. I don't know what's great and what's not great. I just got her some Jewish pickles.
Would you like something appraised? Be wary of bandits. Damn vultures.
All right. So with that, he's finished. These little biscuits are kind of addictive. I don't know. I mean, you're absolutely right, Ark. And 4 or 5 hours from now, it's not going to be 24 hours either. So, like, I just decided to go with a generic time. It'll be correct eventually, and then it'll be wrong eventually. As they say, the broken clock is always correct twice a day. I don't know what this flavor is, babe. What flavum do you think the mystery do is? I don't know what to think about this. It's I swear it's Fruit Loops. Oh, is there like a list? Do they have like a list of the previous flavors? Let's see. Mountain Dew mystery flavor reveals by year. Okay. There we go. Let's do some research. 2019, it was revealed to be candy corn. So we're probably not going to do candy corn again. All right, so that one is candy corn. The second flavor was launched in September 2024, and that one was Fruit Candy Explosion. 2021 revealed to be Fruit Candy Chews. 2022 was Sour Candy. 2023 was Cherry Airheads. And of course we don't know what 2024 is. So everything's candy related. I don't think it's candy corn because they already did candy corn. So they also already did sour candy and fruit candy chews. It's not sour. It does have kind of a fruity flavor, a fruitiness to it. You got yourself a laptop that you got yesterday? Wow, Robert, that's cutting it close. You gonna get all your apps and everything updated, and your drivers updated, and you might want to go. If you just bought it, you might want to go to the like NVIDIA or AMD website, whichever one the video card is. Make sure you update the video card driver. Time to destroy, rip,
Life's much
destroy.
more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Boom. All my hard work. All my hard work down the drain. Let's go. I mean, technically, I already made videos on all these unique items anyway, so. Plus, they're going to be garbage in the next patch because they're reducing the power level of all these uniques down to 540? So they're basically trash. They're just, I'm going to have to refine them all. That's really all there is to it. I need a new keyboard. My freaking keyboard is like spazzing out on me. Have I decided what build I'm going first? I've already theorycrafted a couple of Spiritborn builds. I'm definitely doing a Spiritborn, 100%. And, I was thinking about that quad basic. That's the one I'm really looking at, the quad basic build. I really like the look of the quad basic. Dang it. I don't want to have to deal with all this tomorrow, so I'm going to get rid of all this stuff now before we start. Today's cleaning day. That was not what I meant to do, but... I mean, we're going to do some more theory crafts, I think, today. You know what the flavor is? What's the flavor, babe? She knows. She knows what the flavor is. She knows what the flavor is. She knows the flavor. The flavor has been discovered. I wonder how many people come in here and they hear me say things like flavum. And they're like, boy, this guy's a special kind of stupid. Flavum. It's flavor, you numbskull. Cody doesn't know flavor, though. He only knows flavum. Okay. Cody, what kind of flavums do you like? It tastes like jelly beans.
Better than starting from nothing.
Oh, let me test this theory. Yeah. Yeah, it does taste like jelly beans. It does indeed. I think you're on to something there. See, I know I didn't get together with you just for your looks. You got smart brains too. You got the big brains. Got the big old brains. Would you say Acer Aspire 3? There's probably different models of it, like within that model number, so. Acer Aspire 3. i5-1235U. Iris XE graphics. I've never heard of that before. What is Iris XE graphics? Says it runs the Resident Evil 2 remake at 30 frames per second. Elden Ring on high at 1080p. Hogwarts Legacy at medium on 1080p. Not bad. I don't think I've ever used a gaming laptop with a Intel graphics card before, but it sounds to me like you might want to go to the Intel website and see if you can get the updated drivers for that graphics. Because Intel Iris Xe graphics. Never heard of that one before. That is a first for me. I do know that Intel's trying to get into the GPU market, but that is definitely interesting indeed. Try to get rid of all my junk. Try to get rid of all my junk. So much junk all up in my trunk. I'm trying to get rid of my junk. What do we call this? Season cleaning? Boom. I don't even care. It all goes. I'll just get rid of everything. All these characters are getting deleted tomorrow anyway, so... They all go in bye-bye, and I don't care about the stuff. I don't know what to tell you, it's looking pretty rough. Yeah, but integrated graphics are actually pretty good these days. I mean, they're not amazing. Like, I think you're always better off with a dedicated GPU over an integrated GPU. Don't get me wrong. But I have seen some really powerful integrated GPUs these days. And by really powerful, I mean, like, medium grade. I'd say about medium grade would be pretty much what we're talking about. All right, look at that. Stash is nice and clear. The Ring of Misfortune. I do want to keep the Ring of Misfortune. We are keeping you. So, boop. Thankfully, you are not salvageable, and I didn't accidentally salvage you by accident. It has AMD Radeon graphics and AMD F1 Gold. Oh, nice, nice. Well, in that case, go to the AMD website and get the get it upgraded or updated. All right, this girl's getting deleted. Let's get out of here. That's why I said there's different models of the laptops, and so I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to pull up the exact model that you were using. So you're using the Acer Aspire 3 AMD model. Which is, what'd you say? AMD Athlon Gold. What was that? There's so many different models. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, there's like 70 trillion different versions of your laptop. I guess I'm probably not going to be finding the one that you purchased. Apparently the Acer Aspire 3 is only one of like 17 different models. All with the same name, with slightly different changes to either the processor, the memory, or various other things, including like the the graphics card. And of course, if it's an integrated, then the graphics card changes with each processor because the processor is where the graphics is coming from. Blah, 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 blah. It looks like it's a pretty decent little laptop, though. All right, let's delete her. Delete fire salvo. Goodbye, fire salvo. Boop. All right, next. Hoth. We need to delete some of these too, because we're gonna need room. Honestly, we just need to delete like most of these guys. Actually, the model number on the bottom usually tells the whole story. That gives you the exact model. Usually the exact specs too. I got a goblin bag. I forgot I got a goblin bag. We'll put that in here. Goblin bag. Goblin bag. Radioactive goblin bag. Does whatever a goblin bag can. I think it's a goblin bag, man. Goblin bag. Goblin bag. Radioactive goblin bag. Alright, we're going to hang on to the mythics just simply because I can destroy them later. I'm not entirely, like, sure that everything rolls over properly, so I'll just keep them. We can destroy them on the new character, or the old Eternal Realm, so I can remake the mythics. It's really not that big of a deal. And I think that's it for my boy. Everything's gone. What's up, Tomac? How's it going?
That's good salvage. I cannot salvage that.
Oh no, Kubus is getting deleted. Not Kubus. Bye, Kubus. It's not going well? Why is it not going well, Tomac? You're stuck on a boss in Dark Souls 1? What boss are you stuck on? I think I might actually keep this ring. Beautiful fractured winter last too. I think I might hang on to that. Everything else goes. If I plan on remaking those characters for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe I'll just hang on to them just to show off. A strength build instead of a dex build. I mean, DS1 was notoriously jankety. It wasn't really like my personal favorite of the series. I think it had like a good base to it, but overall it was very, I don't know, unrefined, I think would be the term that I'm looking for. It was a very unrefined game. What boss is it that you're stuck on? Because I could probably go back in my memory banks and see if I could remember the boss and give you some tips. I forgot to check her consumable tab. Ornstein and Smog. Was that the duo? Is that the big fat boy? That's the big fat boy, right? Yeah, the fat boy. I don't remember them being all that difficult, to be perfectly honest. I can't remember what I did to defeat them. It was some simple, very simple trick. Had to do with keeping away, playing keep away with the fat one, I think. I think if I remember correctly from my experience with him, and God, this is a long time ago. Um, the little one constantly like lunges at you, right? The skinny one lunges at you, and the fat one isn't really very fast. And I think if I remember correctly, I just kind of kept moving around the arena so that the fat one was constantly lagging behind the skinny one, and I focused on the skinny one until he was dead, and then I focused on the fat one after the skinny one died. At least I think that's what I did. Let's see what other people say about the strategy for these two. Oh, so you're trying to get the item. Okay, well then you're making it unnecessarily hard for yourself already. I remember after I defeated him, somebody told me that there was a like a special item that you could get from them, and I remember like looking up the item, and I was like, I really don't care. I was like, I really don't care about this item, and I just deliberately moved on with my life. I was like, yeah, this is really cool. Moving on with my life. I think I actually beat him twice too. It was one of those really weird situations where I ended up killing them 2 times. I had some sort of problem with the game where the game like crashed or something right as I beat them or as after I beat them, and it didn't save the win, and I had to go back and I had to beat them again. And I was pretty pissed about it too, because I sat there for, I don't know, maybe like 30, 40 minutes, just like practicing with the bosses until I finally got their pattern down and then like beat the boss. And then, I mean, yeah, sometimes it's like a stroke of luck whether or not you actually succeed, but obviously I was able to do it twice, so.
You can take what's left.
Ginger, you ready for tomorrow?
I'm cleaning house right now.
Nice.
Getting all my doojanks all cleaned up. Throwing everything in my stash that I want to keep. I mean, I really cleaned
Any
house
of it
up.
even worth it now, right? Like all those characters are basically blown characters. You're gonna have to re-gear up anyways, right? I think I'm just gonna delete all the seasonal stuff this time around.
I was trying to think whether or not I wanted to keep any of them, like even just for testing purposes. But like, I feel like there's really no reason, especially since they're not going to have any gear. They'll all be level 50, and they'll all be running 540 pieces of equipment. I mean, who cares? Like, the 800 is the cap. They're basically all garbage at that point. They're not capped. They can't get access to end game stuff. I'd have to spend time on them in the Eternal Realm, and I'm not spending time on them in the Eternal Realm. So
Yeah, I feel like you just literally have like a mule that maybe you put up some stuff on, but like I'm just gonna delete all my characters basically. They're all gone at this point.
the ring is only good for thrusting weapons, right? Not sure how many scythe attacks count as a thrust. What? What are you talking about? For Eternal Realm players, though. Like I know that some people like to play Eternal Realm. Like, I mean, I get it. It's like, I think at one point or another, and this is going to sound really condescending and really mean, but there was a point in time where I too only played Eternal Realm or only played non-ladder, and I felt just like you guys did that, like, oh man, I don't want to lose all my stuff every several months. This sounds terrible. Like, this is just not a really good way of doing things. I want to have like a big loot pile of all my loot, and I want to like sit on it and toot like a raccoon. But there is
Come back.
a realization that you'll have, like when you go out and you actually start, like doing the seasonal content and playing with everybody, that like you're just not playing the game on Eternal Realm. Like, I hate to say it, but you're not playing the game when you're playing on Eternal Realm. You're playing something else. I don't know what you're playing, but you're playing something else. And it's really hard to like explain exactly the difference between Eternal Realm and seasonal. But once that realization kicks in, you don't go back. Like you don't go back to the Eternal Realm again. Like you exist in the seasonal realm and you never go back to the Eternal Realm.
Precious stones to catch the light.
I think just a realization too that it's pretty easy. If you spend any amount of time gearing up, you get over geared really quickly, and it's at that point like gets a little boring.
If you delete all your 100 characters, do you lose all your renown and loath progress? I don't think so.
No.
But I think somebody tested that last season. But I'm still keeping my first character that I ever created, so I don't. It's not going to affect me either way. I was actually thinking about keeping at least like one of my characters from season 5. I'm not sure which one I want to keep. I think I really did like my my charged bolt sorceress, so maybe I keep her, or my druid. I mean, it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, you got plenty of slots, so if you want to keep one character, then like so be it. Chippy Curse. Chippy Curse is gonna get deleted too. She's the character I just did the campaign on, so she's most likely going to. Let's get rid of her. I just redid the whole campaign and redid the story. Had fun with the story. It was there were some things I missed in there. I think they've also messed around with the story a little bit since the first time we did it too. So I'm pretty sure that there's some changes that they made to the story. Minor changes, but changes nonetheless.
I can break that down.
Womp womp womp. Womp womp womp.
I need more time.
I do still have legacy items though, which my understanding are worthless. I can't see any use for the legacy items. Maybe one day there will come a time when like somebody's like, oh my god, if you hung on to this one legacy item, you too can become immortal and like it makes you invincible forever. And, like it's like some sort of glitch, and then like you put it on and it like gives you like 100% damage reduction or something. I believe there was one of those. It was for a very small period of time. If I remember correctly, there was actually a glitch with the Barbarian where if you had like an item from one of the previous patches combined with one of the changes that they made, you could make your Barbarian immortal during that time period. But they patched it out like almost instantaneously. Like it was there for like one patch, and then they hot fixed it. They were like, we found out that certain barbarians were making themselves invincible, and that cannot be had. And they were like, and then they immediately patched it out. So I don't understand the whole concept though of completely ruining the Eternal Realm characters like season after season. Like, it's not that I ever intend to do Eternal Realm, and I don't look down on the Eternal Realm players. Like, if you want to play on Eternal Realm, that's fine. And I actually feel bad for you guys because every single season it feels like they have just completely invalidated all of your equipment. It's like the purpose of being on Eternal Realm in the first place is to have a stockpile of loot in your stash that you never get rid of, like the hoarding raccoon that you are. And they're just like pouring acid onto your pile of loot. It's like, oh no, did your Doombringer melt into a pile of poop? Oh, that's too bad. That's just too dang bad. What's up, Stefano? Got lots of people in here today. We got all these faces. We got Dime Vision. We got Charles. My beautiful ladies in here. We got JF, Miles, EA Sax, R27, John, Jeff. We got a Jeff in here. Jeff, a redneck gaming. Can we do Spiritborn on other tunes or just Spiritborn? What? Can we do the Spiritborn on other tunes? I don't know what you're asking, Redneck Gaming. It's an odd question. What's up? And Tomac and Thaddeus and Leonarch and Chesty Cat. Chesty Cat, do I know you? Or like I haven't seen you in chat before. Did you just change your name? Sometimes people change their name and I just completely lose all track of them and who they are. Like they disappear into they go into like the witness protection program. Never to be heard from again. My beautiful word of con. You know what? That cooldown reduction on there is insane. I think I might actually keep that. It was like one of the best cooldown reduction pieces of equipment.
No, I'm not ready yet.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah.
Come back and see us.
Alright, that's it for him. Wait, what do you got in there? Oh, that's an Icebound Geode, not a Mucus Lick Egg. I got Edward and Jessfin. What's up, guys? Alright, we're down to 3 characters. Which one do I choose? Arkweld or Trilogy? I gotta say, out of the 2, I think I enjoyed Arkweld more, but they were both pretty epic this season. They were both pretty epic. Let's roll a d20 on it. Okay, so 11 up will be Trilogy. 10 down will be Arkweld. Okay. 15. I don't want to respect the dice. Respect the dice. I don't know. Neither one of them are going to be useful. I think I probably just delete both of them and move on. I think I probably just
Break down all the
delete
mythic
both of them.
uniques in the process.
I was actually worried that the Resplendent Sparks might not roll over properly, so I was just going to leave the mythic uniques in the stash. And then I could just destroy them on Eternal when I need to create anything. Also, you might not be able to create anything on Eternal, which is also... I think they're taking away the 4 Resplendent Sparks to make a mythic unique recipe.
Aren't they doing it? It's a new one though, right? It's 2...
Two for a random.
And then
and
2
plus,
or 1 and...
and
okay, right.
And then 2 plus runes for a specific. So they're changing it to the runes. But I don't have any runes on Eternal, so... I got no runes to hold me up. Boom, boom, boom.
Came apart nice.
I just made a video on it. I'm going over a bunch of stuff, and I showed the graphic and everything.
Another time, then.
Would you say you tested to see if like you still get your stuff transfer over when you deleted all your characters? Dev?
I have not tested.
Wow. Well,
I did not spend any time on the PTR.
Well, I meant just ever. I meant ever.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, I'd be I think the comment was, I'd be hard pressed to believe if you deleted all your characters, somehow you lost your renowned.
Boop.
I wouldn't put it past Blizzard to do that, but that'd be shocking to me.
Shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Look at all these beautiful mythics. Beautiful, 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 beautiful mythics. Alright, she's getting deleted too. I'm just gonna delete them all. I'll put the mythics in the stash. I mean, I literally have like one of every mythic in here. I've got Doombringer, Endarel's Grandfather, Ring of the Starless, Avarion, Harlequin Crest, and Tyrael's. And I deleted, for the video, when I was showing off the mythics, I deleted my amulet. Why am I blanking on the amulet's name?
That
Melted
looks
Heart of
old.
Selig.
I can fix it.
Honestly, I don't even think the mythics are even worth keeping anymore. Because number one, they're getting dropped to 540, right? But even if they don't, even if for some reason they like reverse that and drop them to 800 instead, they still don't have, most of them still don't have any greater affixes. And every single mythic unique crafts with a greater affix in the new version. So any mythic unique that doesn't have a greater affix is already going to be inferior to any of the new ones, right?
I would agree.
So it needs to
I
have at
think you
least.
just break them down and hope that in the process the resplendents carry over.
I'll just leave them in the stash. It'll be alright. That'd be fine. I'm probably not going to do anything with them anyway. My Ring of Misfortune's in there too. Yeah, that's a great feeling when you do that kind of stuff, Eric. Makes you feel all fancy inside. Okay, and with that, I think the last character is just crushed. All we have left is my Necromancer, my original Necromancer from frickin' like 6 seasons ago, basically. Which is how I like it. Boop. Cause that's the way, God, I was fighting with these people on the Lawbringer video for Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's amazing the amount of mental gymnastics people will go through to try and make an item like be worthwhile to use. And don't get me wrong, Lawbringer is an amazing like secondary weapon because it has Decrepify. It's got some nice little secondary stats. It can like rip off immunity of a undead monster. Like there's a couple various things that Lawbringer does that makes it a very good secondary weapon. But as a primary weapon, it's literal trash. It's like one of the garbageous piece of items that you would ever use in like a main hand. It has like no damage on it. It's slow as dirt. It has barely any stats on it worth talking about. The elemental damage that it has on it like doesn't get buffed up by the physical damage bonuses that it has. Like it's just not a good weapon in a main hand. Like if you're zealing with it or something, like on a paladin, you're gonna have a really hard time. Meanwhile, there's literally people on the Lawbringer video right now who are trying to argue with me that it's the most amazing zeal weapon, or it's like the most godlike blade fury weapon, or like it's perfect for a holy freeze zealer, and I'm like, it's terrible. I'm like, stop, just stop, stop. It is a terrible weapon for sealers. What are you doing? Stop. Like, first off, if you were going to do a Holy Freeze Paladin, you would just do like a Voice of Reason as a budget weapon because it has negative cold res on it, which is what you would prefer. You wouldn't use it on a Lightning Sealer either because you're going to use Crescent Moon, which is cheap as dirt anyway and has negative 35% lightning res. I was like, you guys are just fooling yourself over here. Start fighting people in the streets over Lawbringer. But it's such a good weapon. I'm like, and you could literally pick up just about half the weapons in the game and they'd be better than it, but okay. And the funny thing is that even if you do have that weapon, and even if you do want to use it, you still shouldn't use it as a main hand weapon. Just put it on your frickin' Act 5 Merc and move on. Like, why are we taking the Act 5 Merc weapon away from him? That's his weapon. Stop taking his weapon away. Put that in his offhand. Get yourself a Head Striker or a Grief or like any other weapon to put in his other hand and profit. Like, let's just move on. It's absolutely amazing as an offhand weapon. It's not best in slot, but it's one of the best weapons that you can put on a like Act 5 Mercenary. Assuming you don't want another curse. I prefer amplify damage myself. What's crazy though is that I literally talk to these people, spend the time to explain to them like how Lawbringer works, why it's not a good main hand weapon, like how the multipliers function and why the multipliers don't work with Lawbringer because it has no damage output. And I don't even know why I spend the time like making these posts and putting all the information in there with like the quotes from like Amazon Basin and all that other stuff. I don't even know why I spend the time to do it because then they would just immediately reply. They're like, well, yeah, but it works for me. They'd be like, the sky is blue. Scientists say the sky is blue. Here's an article about the sky being blue and how the sky is blue and why it's blue. Right? Like the scientific principle of like the sunlight shining through the gases and it creates like the blue effect and like blah blah blah. And then they would like read everything that I wrote and then look straight at me. They'd be like, "Well, yeah, but it's green." I mean, I read what you said. You know, I saw all that. You know, like, but it's green. It's not blue. They make me want to pull my hair out. Alright. So we got everything set up here. Now we need some more theory crafting. That's what we need to do. We need Mo theory crafting. Oh yeah, I need to oh, he's got the version numbers on here? Nice. So does that mean the like, hold on, let's check this out. So like let's do one of the uniques. So we'll do Frostburns. Frostburns drops from 2 different bosses. Alright, so let's do like 1.5, 2.0. Okay, he doesn't have that updated yet. I need to make sure I send Proner a message because we want this to be updated before the season starts. He might already have it, like, you know, like queued up or whatever, and maybe he doesn't want to put it in there just yet. But there is a list. I'll pull this real quick. Yeah. Diablo 4 news. So they consolidated all of the boss monsters, and the consolidation of the boss monsters basically makes it so that they're not dropping duplicates anymore, if that makes sense. So they're just they're just setting them up so they don't drop duplicates. And we need to go into the patch notes. There we go, patch notes. And we'd search for like Grigore or something. Here we go. Okay, so this is the section right here. I just want to like screenshot this and send it to him. I just want to make sure he knows. Um. Okay. Beep. They also showed us where the new uniques are going to be dropping from. So if you guys are like trying to get access to one of the new uniques, that was in here too. Let me pull that up for you guys too, because you might want to plan around it if you're trying to build your character, your spirit born, like with a specific unique, which I think a lot of us are, to be perfectly honest, because a lot of the uniques are very specific, like to very specific builds. By the way, here's my delicious maple pancakes that I had today, courtesy of Steph, who sent me the Canadian maple syrup. I made myself some delicious, crispy on the edges, fluffy pancakes. That is the best way to make pancakes, by the way. If your pancakes don't have the crispy edges on them, then you, sir, are doing it the other way, which is the restaurant way. They're okay when you get them from the restaurant, but the crispy edges is really where it's at. If you have no clue what I'm talking about, look up crispy edge pancakes. There's a whole recipes, like on the crispy edge pancakes. They are the bomb diggity, bomb diggity. Here it is. This is the list of where the new uniques are coming from. So if you guys have not seen this, and I want to go ahead and save this real quick. This is basically where all of the new uniques are coming from, specifically for the Spiritborn, and plan accordingly. So if you're trying to get, like, for instance, Seppa Zontek, then you need to get to Andariel and Duriel as quickly as possible. Grigore, Varshan, Beast in the Ice, those are on Lord Zero. Those are probably going to be easier, of course. But you can definitely get your hands on some of these uniques early on. I don't think you can fight any of the bosses anymore before Torment 1, can you? I think that was something they talked about.
No, it's Torment 1.
Yeah, so it's Torment 1 only. So you got to get to Torment 1 before you can activate these builds, too. Unless you happen to get lucky and find one of the uniques on the way up. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. We might be suffering a little bit until we get access to our unique items. Unless you get lucky and you get them early. Boop. So I have done some builds already, for those of you who may be joining, not from the other day. I do have already the Kepeleke build. So this is specifically designed around the Rod of Kepeleke, which is pretty interesting. And I have all these, I'll share them in chat here. So, Kepeleke build. And you guys can take a look at any of these you want to. If you want to copy them and make your own build, just hit clone build, and it will make a copy of it, and then you can save it with your own name. Then there's also the Centipede poison build. So I did a whole build around, like, trying to get as much poison damage as I possibly could, utilizing, like, Pestilent Swarm and things like that. So this is a full Centipede build. And then I also have the Thorns Gorilla Payback build. This one looks like it's going to be pretty fun. I can't wait to see how this one actually performs in-game. Is this the Thorns one, or is this the Payback one? This is just the Payback one. That's what, no. This is the Thorns Payback. Yeah, this is the Thorns payback. Sorry. So this is the Thorns build designed around payback, which basically because payback has this really neat feature where it has a 30% chance to just fire off a payback whenever you're using your basic skill. So every third attack of your basic skill, and then I kind of like focused in on the payback ability itself. And then I also have this is the one that I'm probably gonna play. This is the quad basic. It's built around the Seppa Zontac staff, which I think is going to be pretty powerful. I love basic builds, and the Seppa Zontac staff is essentially designed around the idea of using your basic skills as much as you can. And I have like all 4 basic skills. I'm using 4 basics and the Seppa Zontac staff, and I'm going in hard. We'll see how that one turns out. And I did also update. Where are you? This one. So this is my trilogy build, and it probably needs a rename there, but I don't think you can rename it from here. But this is my trilogy build that involves 3 basic skills, so Wind Shear, Earth Spike, and also Storm Strike, Storm Strike. So it's Storm Strike, Earth Spike, and Wind Shear. Storm Strike is an automatic, so it just kind of pops out whenever you use Earth Spike. This one actually proved to be really strong last season. Had absolutely no problems with it. I did refine it a little bit here or there, but it also could probably use some refining this season. I did throw in some of the things like the runes in there, messing around with some of that, and updated it with the new skill tree points because you get like 10 more skill points. So played around with that as well, and even threw on like the mercenary and whatnot. So that's been updated for like the mercenary. The mercenary's on here as well, which is pretty cool. And I think that's pretty much it. So now I wonder how many community builds we got going. Can we sort by season 6? Season 5 only? Season 6? Oh, yeah. Okay, so there needs to be a season 6 only tab as well. These are old builds. They say old builds. We need the new builds. I don't know who Lucky Owl is, but Lucky Owl always copies my builds. Who are you, Lucky Owl? Who?
I just gave the whole computer a cleaning.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing to do before the start.
Yeah.
Give it a blow it out.
I blew it.
Oh, you blew it real good. Did you suck it too?
Yeah.
Blow and suck.
All my fans.
All the fans, all the time. I'm trying to think what I want to Theorycraft right now. I was thinking about Theorycraft on one of the Mighty Throw Barbs, but like I don't know why, but to me, I don't want a Theorycraft like Sork, Rogue, Necro, Druid, and Barb characters because I feel like everybody's gonna be playing Spiritborn. It's the brand new class. It's the new hotness. Everybody's gonna be over on the Spiritborn. So it's Spiritborn, Spiritborn, and they're gonna be playing some Spiritborn, and everybody's gonna be trying out all the different builds on Spiritborn. I mean, I honestly, there's so many different builds with this particular character or this particular class. It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean,
assume I'm gonna make like 4 or 5 Spiritborns and just try them all.
yeah, I mean, that's probably what I'm gonna be doing too. Is I'm probably just gonna be making a whole bunch of different Spiritborns and like swapping equipment between them.
Here's a fun question. So, what percentage on the scale, or however you want to rate it, will the Spareborn be nerfed in season 7? 100% nerfed. 50%.
I mean, some of these items are just ridiculous. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with like the Harmony of Ebiwaka. I think everybody's going to be using that. 50% bonus, like 150% multiplier that you can get just by choosing the skills appropriately. That seems insane.
Oh, they're perfectly fine with Spiritborn being completely busted the first season it's out. So
Yeah, didn't they literally say that in one of the campfires?
Yes.
They were like
Yeah.
you know, this we want the Spiritborn to be like really powerful.
It was really just going to be a busted class this one season. So enjoy it while it's busted.
And they're not going to nerf it either. Like they're just going to leave it for now anyway. And then the next season then they'll nerf it.
Yeah.
Loyalty's Mantle also seems pretty insane with specific effects. Like I was looking at Loyalty's Mantle, and Loyalty's Mantle gives you 100% bonus to the Spirit Hall choices, right? And like some of the Spirit Hall choices don't really seem that powerful. I mean, I hate to say it, but like the Centipedes is kind of meh. I don't know what they did with the Centipede one. It's kind of not really the greatest. But like the Gorilla one, 100% thorns on anything that you do. And then the Loyalty's Mantle is going to make that 200% thorns on anything I do? That seems insane. That means that I'm literally doubling my thorns damage immediately. Just as soon as I put that helmet on, it's just double my thorns damage on anything that I'm attacking. I'm not sure how that's going to work with the Jaguar Primary Spirit, because the Jaguar Primary Spirit has this like every strike that you do within a certain time period, like leashes on the target. Like if it's 0.5 seconds and it brings that up to 1 second, that sounds absolutely insane too. And it says it's 15% over 0.5 seconds. Does that mean it's 30% over 1 second? Which is like, that's not even just a double, that's a quadruple. Because you're doubling it and then you're also doubling the seconds. So you're doubling the percentage of damage dealt to them in that time period, and you're also doubling the time period, which means you're going to get a massive bump in amount of damage that you're dishing out. I don't know. Give an armory. We might need an armory with this patch. Let's consult the sheets.
As soon as you get a Rob with Kepaliki or whatever it is, and the Midnight Ring, it's over. Because those two combine to just completely cancel out all negative aspects of the rod.
The Rod of Kepaleke and what else?
I think it's the Midnight Ring that gives you 50% of your resource back. So basically use all your resource with the rod, but then you get it all back because you get 50% back, then you stack resource gen. So 100% of 50 is 100. So then you do that combo, and then you basically, every hit you do gets the full effect of the rod, and you get all your resource back. So it's just 0, 100, 0, 100, 0, 100. And like every build will use it for max damage.
He counterattacks passive effect too. I use that in one of my builds. The counterattack passive effect is kind of nice. The Rod of Kepaleke.
What happened to that crazy mythic glaive or staff, whatever it was? Did that just not exist, or they changed it and nerfed it into the ground? Wasn't there like a crazy plus to crazy skills and like it got data mined?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't exist, right?
I don't know. I knew we didn't see it in the PTR, that's for sure. We definitely did not see it in the PTR. Nobilis. Nobilis.
In my characters one by one.
He's over here singing a song while he's killing his characters.
We're
Oh,
gonna be
no,
leveling so fast.
I haven't set up an eagle character. Yep.
That's what I'm going for. Like eagle, I like lightning. I like blue. You know, my favorite color. Blah blah blah. And it just looks beautiful, and It's just going to be amazing. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a draft. I'm going to do one of each, but the Eagle's my first one.
The eagle.
There you
I'm
go.
thinking Eagle's my first one too, and then I'll probably do Poison and then see what happens after that.
Yeah, I think Poison's got crazy single target.
I'm gonna be doing it every time. Every time.
All the classes.
I'm doing all of the basics, so I'm gonna be one of everything. I'm gonna have the ferocity from the thrash. I'm gonna have the resolve from the fist. I'm gonna have the pull in from the eagle's thunderspike. I'm gonna have the poison from the withering fist. I'm gonna have everything.
With my mythics in my stash, delete my character one by one.
Measured vortex seems really neat. I bet you there's like a whole build around measured vortex.
Yeah, Vortex was fun. I'm going to definitely use it.
No, I mean I'm talking about measured vortex, the passive.
What
It's
does that do?
while you have an active barrier, vortex does 300% times additional damage, knocks enemies down for 3 seconds.
Damage. Mythic uniques. Here we go. Boom, boom.
Did you notice that there's no wind defensive? There's 2 wind focuses. And likewise, there's no focus gorilla skill. And there's 2 defensive gorilla skills. So they kind of like double stacked the gorillas in the defensive tree. And then they double stacked the eagle in the focus tree. The passive effect for the eagle is kind of crazy too, with the removal of the vulnerability. It gives you a pretty nice multiplier, but it also removes the vulnerable effect. So after making an enemy vulnerable, your next direct damage dealt to them heals you, generates vigor, and removes the vulnerable effect. So if you go with the eagle, you probably want to go with vital strikes, but you're going to have tons of ways of generating vulnerability. You want like everything to generate vulnerable.
Right, sprinkling is done. Let me take a look. I what you're saying. I think you're talking about the key passive, I think.
Yep.
$71 skill points. A lot of skill points.
I thought it was 69.
I think it's 71 with the zone.
I'm
Two you
not,
get from the new zone.
I'm not sure the zone's giving us any bonuses.
Yeah, there's the renown system. So you get the skill points, you get the 4 paragon.
Yeah, but during a campfire, they mentioned it. And they talked about, like, when they were asked if there were going to be any Lilith statues in the zone.
Oh no, not stat. We're not getting stats. We're getting skill points from the renown. Not stat. Yeah, we're not getting stats like we did from the stats.
Well, they made a comment that the renown system was there because they wanted you to have something to do, but that there was going to be like no permanent bonuses from it.
No, they even switched the the paragon nodes from the 5 to 4, like the ranks. Like they made it easier to get the paragon points. They didn't put it at the last one. Like they no, you're getting power for sure.
Yeah,
you're getting benefits.
They did talk about switching the paragon points.
They just said basically you don't have to run around grabbing the statues to get, or whatever they're not called Lilith statues this time, right? But you don't have to run around getting those to get points. You can. It's just going to contribute to your renown, which is still going to build the same ways that renown is always built. You just don't have to do the Lilith things.
71 skill points is a lot of skill points. I max out everything on the whole tree.
Hard to use tempo seems fun.
Oh no, I was looking at a basic build maybe around Thunderspike. Sounds actually really neat. It's a pull-in, which I don't know how effective of a pull-in it is, but if you use Sharp Thunderspike, you get a pull-in on every third attack. Pull-in and a knockdown. Which to me sounds insane. Can you imagine a character that, like, built around a basic skill like that? Just spamming the pull-in over and over again, just everything getting pulled in constantly? That sounds nuts. That's why I took it when I was doing my quad basic. I'm like, I might as well take Sharp Thunderspike with the pull-in, because that'll just give me a free pull-in, and I can also use that as one of my basic skills. Practically necessary for specific raid bosses. What raid bosses is it necessary for? I was trying to think maybe if I did like a Sharp Thunderspike basic build, utilizing like the Ebiwaka helmet. And then go with like most of the Jaguar abilities. Like I could pull Ravager in for the free additional attacks every single time you're attacking. Let's do a mock build here and just pretend for a second. We definitely don't really need Vortex because we're already going to have a pull-in. It could be kind of funny, though, to add in an additional pull-in into the build, just for the lulz of it. Casting Vortex increases the damage of the next skill by 20% times. Okay. I think we go with Ravager. Okay. Banana, ba banana, banana, banana. Bom, bom. I just realized I got no music playing. Like some sort of big dummy. You big dummy.
Do 1% increased damage for 3% of your maximum life if you have it as a barrier. You just got 33% more damage just for having a barrier. But wow. That's a legendary note if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, there's some crazy ones that have to do with like barriers and max life and all sorts of stuff. Not sure if I'm going hardcore or softcore this season. The last seasons I went hardcore and fine, but the raid is questionable. I mean, you're gonna have to rely on other people. Scary, I know, right?
I never understood the half-committed hardcore people. Like, I play hardcore, but I practice the boss fights on softcore, and I, do everything. I over level, and I do everything I can to like actually not play hardcore, but I play hardcore. I'm too scared to do a boss fight. I'm too scared to do anything.
I mean, I agree. After you evade, your next eagle skills will 30% increased damage. Oh, that sounds good. Okay. Trying to think how I want to set this character up. Let's go to the main panel here. So I think the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to go Jaguar Primary Spirit. I was thinking Gorilla. I'm thinking we go with Harmony of Ebiwaka. That way we get the 150% times damage increase, which is good. Is good. We're going to be using Thunder Spike as our main attack. I'm not really sure what the hell we use for a right click. The cooldown on Vortex is only 12 seconds. It could be interesting to run the Vortex instead. Quickly jab forward with a piercing strike, which means it probably hits multiple targets in a row. That'd be my guess. Did he say go make a softcore character and practice and then go to hardcore? He said he doesn't understand why people who play hardcore do that, is what he said. Like that the general practice of hardcore is to go in and like have the risk of dying. And if you go to softcore and then practice and then come back to hardcore, that's not really hardcore, I guess is what he's trying to say. And I would agree. At that point, you're like doing hardcore. You're doing like softcore with extra steps at that point. Softcore with extra steps. So we do Rod of Kapeleke. I think that's what we do. We do the Rod of Kapeleke, and I think we do the Rod of Kapeleke because we're gonna pair this together with the Quill Volley. I think this is gonna be fun. So we're gonna go Quill Volley with the Rod of Kapeleke. We want the one where they fly further and converge on my target. Hit the do jank, hit the do bank, hit the do jank, boo jank, loo jank. That's an incarnate skill.
Yep, extra late tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna be up late tonight, guys. We gotta do a test run, a practice run of how late we can stay up. I mean, ladder starts at frickin' 7, and I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be up before that streaming. So, like at least 6 o'clock, and I've got to like, I don't want to like be running out of steam by midnight. You know, we're gonna be up all night having some fun with the campaign, playing, drinking Mountain Dew voodoos.
Popping coffees. Yeah.
I wish I could be there.
Planning to play until 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I need to get some sleep for work the next day. But
I work Monday and then I'm off for 2 weeks.
That's because Blizzard tricked you.
Yeah.
They got you with the October 8th. They got night good.
They gotcha.
Well, I only work weekends, so I just took next weekend off. I didn't think I had to take some of this weekend off too.
When's your shift end?
6 in the morning.
All right, sorry, you gonna log on as soon as you get home? Shower, log on?
I don't think anybody else is going to be on.
We'll be up.
We'll be up.
Think about it.
for sure,
It's only
yeah.
starting at 7 our time, so 6 o'clock in the morning means 11 hours. We do a lot longer than 11 hours, with, like streams and sessions. 11 hours is nothing to us.
That's all right. Don't know. Gonna take it. Yeah, we go.
I feel like I can watch like a streamer in the background because if they're quicker on the story than me, like I don't want to see any of that stuff.
Yeah, definitely can't this season because you're forced to play the story at least once.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no streams.
I wonder how many of them are just going to skip through everything.
I don't think you can skip it.
Well, the ones that already played are definitely skipping.
I'm
it 'cause
talking
they
about
already watched it.
I'm talking about hitting the escape key, space bar, like whatever they got to do, like Alt Tab. I've seen I remember when the launch happened.
Probably most of them.
There was like people literally like figuring out ways to skip unskippable cutscenes. They're like, oh yeah, that's cutscenes unskippable. Yeah, don't worry. All you got to do is you just need to Alt Tab, all right, and then when you hold down the Alt key and then Alt Tab back in, but don't release the Alt key, and then press QQ5789, and then like and then smash your face into the keyboard, and all of a sudden the cutscene will be gone. It's like magic. I'm not even joking. That's what it was like, literally, for the entirety of like the first, like season 0 when people were playing for the first time. Everybody was just trying to find ways to skip the cutscenes. They'd be like, homeboy, if you just like hold your breath for like 6 minutes, the cutscene goes away, and they just like pass out. They were like, man, when I woke up, the cutscene was gone. It was amazing. Concussive Stomp grants a barrier equal to 10% of your maximum life per enemy hit, up to 30%.
Yeah. It's pretty good for barrier gen.
But there's also a free Concussive Stomp that you can get.
The craziest thing is a counterattack below it. You basically get 100% dodge chance. As long as you keep that up. That's the most insane node there is for defense.
What?
I think it's below the one you're looking at. I think it's called counterattack or something.
Oh. Yeah, but look at Concussive Stomp. Adaptable Concussive Stomp. When enemies recover from the Concussive Stomp, you dodge their next 3 attacks. Just three free dodges.
And there's a unique chest for the Spareborn that basically gives you unlimited cooldowns, like better than Shaco. Has a large downside, but you can counter it. Downside, it like drains your health, but you can out heal it if you build around it.
Unlimited. Rod of Kepeleke. The Rod of Kepeleke.
That is the OP weapon of the Spiritborn right now.
I mean, I think it's good, but I don't know if it's better than Sepazontek. I feel like Sepazontek's going to be more powerful. It's going to be close. They're both really powerful. I feel like both the Rod of Kepeleke and Sepazontek are like just ridiculously powerful.
Yeah, just getting that third cast every hit is crazy.
It's not just a third cast every hit. It says will always use their third attack, and every third cast of an ability unleashes triple strikes. So it's triple third cast.
Yeah. It's nuts.
I mean, not only does it beef up basics and give you the +3 to follow through, which is a massive multiplier there all on its own, it also gives you the third strike every single time and also triple third strike every single time, essentially. So it's triple third strikes plus the massive bonus to damage that it gives. I don't know. It sounds absolutely insane.
Skills are going to be good.
I think follow through specifically, because Sepazontek especially is beefing it up, but follow through specifically in combination with the way that ability works is going to be absolutely insane. Because follow through gives you a small amount of basic damage, like it's only 6% for most basic skills. but it gives you 12% for third casts, and then you get like +6 from the staff because the staff can be greater affixed and masterworked, so you can get like 90% multiplier for the double from the third cast, which is insane.
Yeah.
I especially I'll be looking for like a Sepizontac with a greater affix on the follow through, and just try and like triple masterwork follow through, because I think that's where most of the damage is going to come from the staff anyway.
Well, that's your first build, right? You're doing a basic as your first? Or...
Yeah. Yeah. I also found a loophole with Rod of Kepeleke. I don't know if I told you about this one the other day, but I had this idea for a build that uses the Kepeleke that kind of exploits the fact that it turns core skills into basic skills. I'm not entirely sure that that the developers actually thought about this when they were building Kepeleke or the tree. I think this is going to be like one of those situations where you just get way too much damage. So it revolves around payback. So payback is not a core skill, right? It's a potency skill, and it has this effect. Poised payback, which is payback passively grants you vigor. When you take damage, payback is now a core skill and consumes all available vigor to increase its damage by 0.5% for each point spent. So the reason why this is absolutely insane is because, number one, it's not a core skill, but it becomes a core skill when you choose this. And I'm pretty sure that when you put Rod of Kepeleke on, because we've had this happen before with some other weird interactions with like a skill becoming one skill and then something else like modifies the skill that's already modified and then gives it another tag.
Yep.
So it's going to spend all of your resource with 0.5% like normally anyway, right? So what's the special thing that the Rod of Kepeleke does? It spends all your resource for a giant version of the same thing, right? So you're going to get the huge multiplier from the payback skill itself combined with the multiplier from the Rod of Kepeleke, basically, together in one ridiculously huge multiplier. They're just going to stack on top of each other. And my thinking on this is probably that the Rod of Kepeleke is going to apply first, and then the multiplier from the payback is going to apply second. Which means that the more resource that you have with this build, the more ridiculous the payback hit is going to be. I mean, I think we're probably looking at, from the like amount of multiplier that we're getting here, we're probably looking at something similar to like back in, what was it, like season 3, where the barbarian was just like one shot in all the bosses.
Yep.
And then I even threw in Cax too, which does 100% bonus. So you like pull in, you get the Cax rune, you make sure you got all your ducks lined up. You hit the Cax rune, you hit the payback, you make sure you got the Rod of Kepeleke, full vigor. You smack that payback with the full vigor. It burns all of your vigor, and it like gives you the multiplier from the Cax rune. It gives you the multiplier from the payback. It gives you the giant version from the Kepeleke, and the payback literally just hits like a Mack truck. And it's an AoE skill too. It's a frontal cone AoE, so everything just in front of you just dies. And the best part about it is you're still a basic build. So you're basically you're still a basic build character for the most part.
You get all the basic skill multipliers, which are some of the best in the game. Moonrise and adaptability are like some of the best multipliers in the game.
Yeah, and yeah, you get Moonrise, you get adaptability. On the build that I actually did, I think I threw in the combined strikes too, which yeah, combined strikes is the one that gives you the 30% multiplier for each basic skill that you cast within 10 seconds. And then it's really easy to just throw like Thunder Spike in for your pull in, since it has a pull in option. And then throw in like Rock Splitter to earn your resolve, and before you know it, you've got like those multipliers stacking on too. The basic skills,
crazy.
The basic skills seem very utility wise, like they seem very utility. We'll have to actually play around with them, of course, but like Rock Splitter you can use to build resolve. Thunder Spike you can use to pull in targets. Withering Fist seems like it would be really good to just spam poisons on everything if you want to spam poisons on everything. Even if you don't necessarily build poison damage, if you're just trying to make sure that everything is poisoned around you, might be a good one to just build off of. Rock Splitter also seems absolutely insane for Thorns damage. If you're doing a Thorns build, I think Rock Splitter is like your main attack, and then Payback is probably your second attack, but Rock Splitter has this amazing, like, it has this amazing thing where you do 100% of your Thorns damage on the third strike, and then if you do like full Gorilla, you get 200% from like if you do the helmet, so you get an extra 200% Thorns, which means on every third strike you're dealing 300% Thorns with Rock Splitter. And then you can also get like the Payback percent proc chance too, and it'll like automatically proc the Payback for you. That's another.
That's what I'm doing.
That's another thing with the Kepe build is like you can also grab the aspect that procs the Payback for you. So it's the what is it called? I actually don't have it in this one, and I should. I think it's called Simple Reprisal. Yeah, 30% chance to unleash Payback whenever you use the third attack on your basic skill. Which sounds absolutely insane too, because that's just free paybacks. And you're scaling that anyway, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna try and use that on my neck to get even more chances. But if it doesn't work, I'll switch it with the damage.
Yeah, we'll have to check it and see if it actually ups the percentage.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these things we don't know the answers to yet. You know, like does putting this on an amulet or a two-hander actually increase the percentage? And if it doesn't, things will get swapped around here or there because of it. I'm kind of curious about this Jaguar primary spirit too, where he says, you know, like dealing damage to a direct damage. Like, does Quill Volley count as direct damage? Like, what's?
Yes.
It does. So.
Yeah, you can trigger that every second.
Wow.
When you get enough like projectiles and stuff going, you can just trigger that permanently. You just get that damage all the time. Yep. It's basically going to be a broken class for a while.
It sounds like you can't go wrong. It sounds like no matter how you build your character here, like you're probably just going to be just ripping stuff to shreds no matter what.
Yep. The touch of death is supposed to be the craziest thing they have.
I already did Maze the comeback. I already did scrap all my characters and destroyed I deleted them, destroyed the items, deleted them, moved on. The season 6 is coming up, and we're getting ready for the new season. Maybe you can go back and watch me destroy mine, and you'll be like, oh, okay. Like, he just destroyed all his characters. He didn't even care. I mean, the interesting thing to me is that with the Jaguar Spirit is it doesn't really seem to matter, you know, like what you're using. So, you know, you don't have to use Jaguar skills. You can use Eagle skills. And I think that's probably the way to go, is use the Jaguar with the Eagle skills and the Harmony of Ebiwaka, which gets you, like, an insane amount of, like, payback constantly coming back to the targets. You also get the nice 150% multiplier to the Eagle skills by going this direction as well. I'm thinking Armor Hide for my defensive, Concussive Stomp as like something that I'm going to be spamming. It only has a 10-second cooldown, Concussive Stomp. Isn't there also like a... Pretty sure that there's a concussive... Yeah, reactive armor. Gain 10% block chance. Blocking an attack from a close enemy has a 70% chance to cast a free Concussive Stomp at them. I think that could be a very good way to go with this. Especially since we're going with Rod of Kepe, which already has a really high block chance anyway. And then we build into, probably build into Concussive Stomp a little bit. I like the fact that concussive stop has like multiple options here too. Probably end up going with the one that makes it so they dodge their attacks. I already cap out my points. Oh no, I cap my points. It certainly doesn't feel like we got friggin' 69 points. Or 71 points.
It's a lot of points. One thing I wish they did is they bring the basic and core skills on the same level on the skill tree.
Basic and core skills to the same level.
Yeah, so you can start at core, you can start at basic. You don't have to like go through basic to go to core. There's a lot of builds that like avoid using basic skills, so those like first 2 points are wasted points. Just a -2 on your skill points if you don't use a basic, basically.
Knock down enemies for 4.2 seconds. I mean, we don't necessarily have to cap these out. And that leaves me with some extra points to play around with. I didn't grab, I don't really know what ultimate I want to use. I haven't really played around with any of the ultimates yet, so getting an idea for the ultimates is kind of hard. I do know that the protector, the gorilla one, you can move around with, which certainly doesn't seem terrible. While the Devourer is active, if a non-boss's enemy remaining life becomes poisoned, they die instantly and unleash a pestilent swarm that deals 30% damage per hit to enemies it passes through.
I think the craziest damage aspect I've seen on the Spiritborn was the one where you convert armor to like flat weapon damage. That thing's insane. Stack a bunch of armor.
My girlfriend just sent me a picture. Somebody donated to Steve, the guy she watches all the time. The donation was for $5 from Icy Wiener. It's got 34 updates on it. It's hilarious. Icy Wiener. All right. I think we go with let's scrap this. I think we go with the eagle. The eagle. We go with the eagle. The seeker. The seeker must awaken. Are you like a 3-year-old in a Viking's body? You're so easily amused. What do you mean I'm so easily amused? When things are funny, I find them funny. Okay? Just because you guys have the sense of humor of a 300,000-year-old mummy entombed in Egypt underneath of 1 million pounds of soil and sand.
The answer is yes, by the way. We're all young people trapped in our own bodies, okay?
Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me.
What are you? A young man trapped in an old man's body?
You be judging everybody with your judgy hands, and I don't know what to tell you is not really nice. And you be judging everyone, and you got some rice stuck to your face, so you might wanna look in the mirror, son. Hun, get your wife to clean your face off, or you ain't got none. Ah ha ha ha. Alrighty, sex. Wow, 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 wow. Gain 20% increased dodge chance during evade. When you dodge, you gain 15% critical strike chance for 3 seconds. I think one thing I didn't do, unfortunately, because I don't think I sorted out ferocity. I think I need a source of ferocity. Which I do
Isn't that
not.
mainly Jaguar?
What?
What generates that? Usually Jaguar skills, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Jaguar skills to see like what ferocity builders I could use.
Jaguar is probably my second character.
I mean, Ravager says passive minimum ferocity increased by 3, which I don't know what that means. Does that mean that I'm always at 3 ferocity no matter what? I just can't fall below 3?
Maybe.
I mean, other than that, I don't really have any other ways to generate ferocity. Because I'm a ferocil fool.
Is there an aspect that makes your ferocity and your whatever the gorilla one work together?
As soon as you saw VoH released, I immediately came to your stream. Well, Vessel of Hatred hasn't released yet. It's... Oh, my countdown timer is AWOL. Come back, countdown timer. Come back to me, countdown timer. There you go. 1 day, 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 57 seconds. There you go. Hey, 34 viewers and 34 likes. What do you know? It's almost like every single one of you guys hit the like button. It's almost like you guys hit the like button. Let's see, I'm using Soar, right? Let's see if I can fix my ferocity issues in the equipment, perhaps. I don't know. Let's pull up those fancy rings. Let's see if there's any of them that have ferocity listed. There was a really interesting ring I noticed, and I'm not really quite sure how it works because I don't actually have it like in my possession. But it's the one that is it gives you like a I don't know how to put it. Like an increase to the maximum number of stacks of ferocity and resolve. These don't seem to be the proper rings. They showed us the rings. So I do have like a screenshot of all the rings. The new versions. Hold on. Let me pull up the screenshots. This is what they said they're going to look like when the game starts. Yeah, here it is. It's called the Peacemonger's Signet. It says +4 all stats. Oh, +4 all stats per ferocity or resolve stack. I see. Never mind, I misread it. So it's just giving you all stats for every ferocity and resolve stack that you have.
You have a ton of stacks above the scale that.
I think there's also a typo here because it says gaining ferocity also grants resolve, and then it says it again. Gaining ferocity also grants resolve. I bet you it's probably the opposite. I bet you it's probably gaining
They
ferocity.
feed each other.
Yeah, they feed into each other. So gaining ferocity
sense.
grants resolve, and gaining resolve grants ferocity. That's probably what I would guess.
That's kind of nuts. So then you just have to worry about like generating one or generating both if you can, but it kind of like helps you solve those issues.
I mean, having both maxed out definitely doesn't seem like a terrible thing. You get attack speed from ferocity, and you get damage reduction from resolve. And honestly, having large amounts of both is certainly not a terrible thing at all.
Did they say when the rest of the download is going to happen? Is it just going to turn on at 7?
Turd sandwich or giant douche? Yeah, it's not released yet. It's coming. What'd you say?
I was asking if they said when the rest of the download was going to happen. Is it going to happen right on launch or like an hour before?
Oh,
To actually like change the client.
I don't know.
Wonder if that ring does say gaining resolve also grants ferocity, if activating armored hide, where it just gives you maximum resolve, what it would do for your ferocity.
Yeah, I think armor hide is the play for a lot of defense.
Well, also keep in mind that when you get hit, it removes one of your stacks of resolve. So, so having a passive +1/+1/+1 doesn't necessarily mean it's going to solve your problem if you get hit rapidly. It's very similar to Dark Shroud, in that every time you get hit, you lose a Dark Shroud.
Yeah.
So your Dark Shroud is good when you have max, but it's not good when you only have like one left. So having a way to constantly add some resolve in besides just simply the passive effect might be worthwhile. I mean, I'm looking at the basic skill. The basic skill usually doesn't matter for most builds anyway if you're not doing like a basic build and you're not focusing on the basic attacks. I think honestly the best way to get resolve or ferocity, either way, if you're trying to like build it on a build that doesn't normally get ferocity or resolve, is probably to go with either rock splitter and snag the sharp rock splitter, which gives you the third attack generates resolve, or ferocity, which is the third attack generates ferocity. So the thrash also has the same thing. So both thrash and rock splitter can both generate ferocity or resolve depending. And they're very easy to work into a build if you're not using the basic skills for anything important anyway. Cody, what do you think about this? You won't be a jaguar, or you won't be an eagle bird? You won't be a burb, or do you won't be a big bug? You won't be a crunchy bug, or do you won't be a big gorilla? What do you think? He looks like he's really thinking. Like he's really putting that through his brain. He's like, no, it's a bit of a gorilla. It's like a bit scary. You could be a bird. You want to be a bird so you can fly around? You can be a bird. Give me these chicken legs. I was fighting with Cody earlier today. Fighting with him. He was getting mad at me. I'd pretend to bite his tail, and then he would not so pretend to come over and tell me not to do that, or he would be mean to me. And then I would pretend to bite his tail again. And then he got to the point where he was just like, his tail was right here, and I was just pretending to bite it, and he would just get really close to me, and he would just go like this. And then when he would try to bite me, I'd shove his tail in his mouth. He did not like that. He kept moving his tail slowly away from me. It did not work. I still had access to his tail. Boop, boop, boop. Casting a core skill increases all vigor generation by 15% for 3 seconds. Velocity seems kind of insane too, with the if you have dealt damage in the last 5 seconds and are moving, generate 3 vigor per second. And why does it seem like all the abilities on this character move you around as well? They're all like dodges or leaps or jabs or like charges, or they're all moving you around somewhere. I mean, the Band of First Breath gives you the Armored Hide passive effect without having to put any points on that. Also gives you +4 to Auspicious. Isn't that the one that gives you like, yeah, that's the barrier generation. It's not terrible. It's not terrible at all. I mean, as a defensive ring, you're getting barrier generation and you're also getting free resolve. Casting and evade consumes 1 stack of resolve to generate 40 vigor. Okay, so then you're going to be generous. So you could just evade to regenerate your. That's kind of crazy. All these rings, like there's like freaking 6 rings, and they're all crazy. Like the Ring of the Midday Hunt is while you have ferocity, your poisoning effects deal their damage across 33% of their normal duration. So brings the duration down, ups the damage per tick. I mean, what's that? Like a 66% damage increase? What's the matter, Codums? What am atoms? You got something on your face. Come here. Probably because you was outside playing with all the trees. You gonna bite yourself with your fangs. You is. He's gonna bite yourself with your fangs. I'm gonna get you. What's this? Is that a fleam down there? Is that a fleasm? Fleams. Fleams. It is a fleam. I'm gonna get him. Kill him dead. I got some new flea medicine for him. Flea medicine that we're giving him just isn't working. Sucks. Especially when you put it on him and you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm just stuck with the crappy medicine for the next month until it wears off. Can't give him anything else. Alright. We need items. What do I do on that skill tree? We need items. Alright, so we're using the Rod of Kepileke. We have 1 basic, so we're not going to go with Combined Strikes. We are using Soar. Soar Ring might be interesting. Or the Sore Boots. The Scorn of the Earth boots. Kind of lets us evade around. It doesn't sound terrible. Let's take a look at the full version. The one they gave us in the campfire chat. You know what, let's just bring up all of them, just so I have them. That way we can look at them anytime we want to. Alright, so Scorn of the Earth. +2 evade charges, attacks reduce evade cooldown. Movement speed. Sword deals up to 275% damage based on distance traveled. Sword grants 20% maximum life as barrier for 1.5 seconds. +4 to sword itself. Your evade is now soar, and you also get the multiplier. I mean, it's a nice option. I don't necessarily think it's the only option, but I was thinking about using soar as my main way to make the enemies vulnerable, because there is this passive that basically makes it so that soar's cloud remains around you for 4 seconds, landing, and continues to make enemies vulnerable the entire time. That way, as long as we're using soar, we're getting this permanent vulnerability being applied to the monsters around us, and we won't have to worry about them like ever not being vulnerable, which should be pretty darn useful. And then I was thinking for the passive, or the main key passive, we go with Vital Strikes. I gotta pull 1 point from somewhere because I forgot to put my key passive in. I was thinking Vital Strikes for the vulnerable. That way we can just have the 45% multiplier basically all the time. And, well, I can also get the heal, and we could grab the Vigor Generation and the... It seems like a pretty powerful one for this build. I don't see any reason why not. And then Scorn of the Earth will make sure that we're casting Soar as much as we need to. So we can just spam it, basically, because it'll be our evade, and we can also utilize it. So we should have plenty of movements on this character, like, bar none. We've got the reactive armor, which is good. We also want to go with Moonrise on the amulet slot. We want adaptability on one of the ring slots. It does still leave us with one open ring slot, so... I wonder if maybe Aspect of the Expectant would be really powerful here. After attacking enemies with a basic skill, increase the damage of your next core skill cast within 5 seconds. I mean, technically, yeah. Our core skill and our basic skill are the same thing with this build. We could also just simply go with the Aspect of Combined Strikes for a free 30 times multiplier, because we are at least using 2 basic skills, or 60 times multiplier. So we're getting at least 2 basic skills in this mix, which is the Quill Volley and the Thunder Spike. I mean, it might be worth our effort to try and combine in another basic skill so we can get like 90 times multiplier. It's kind of an interesting one here, which is the aspects of plane power. Lucky hit, up to a 25% chance to create a mystic circle for 10 seconds. Casting a Jaguar skill in a mystic circle empowers them to keep your ferocity at maximum and increases your damage by 7% per stack while you remain within. So everything's a Jaguar skill when you pull the Jaguar main, so all of the eagle skills are jaguar skills too, so they should count, right? And that's, I don't know how many percent bonuses that is. There's also rallying reversal. You have a 60% chance to gain 1 ferocity whenever you crowd control an enemy. Hey, Death sounds lovely. Thank you for the membership, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to the GGM club. The club of GGMs. Yes, Boogus. I see you there. I see your nose. Everybody can see your nose, your little snoot. What does your snoot want? Does it want to snack them or something? Does it want a scritches? Do you want scritches for a snoot? These got... We've only been upstairs for 2 hours and you just had a peppadoodle earlier. These got a dudus or something? These got a peppus? No, okay. You didn't even move, so that's a nope. Do you want to play with your alligator? Do you want to play with your ball? He just ran away, so I guess it was his ball. Oh, no, it's your alligator. Okay. Give me Mr. Alligator. Let me see. Give me Mr. Gators. Let me see him. Let me see. Okay, Mr. Alligator is going to sit with me. Him's going to be a goodest boy. No. Them's going to sit with me. Why you got to take him? Why no? This is my gator. No, this is my alligator. No. You better give me this gator. You better give me this. You better give me this gator. That's my gator. Him's gonna sit with me on my shoulders. This is his game he likes. It's called the keep away game. He doesn't want me to touch anything that's his. It's his favorite game. Keep away game. We gotta keep it away from Daniel. You gonna give me this gator? Okay, good. Him's gonna sit with me right here. Him's gonna be my buddy. Give me this gator. Give me this. It's my gator. Why did you rip him up like this? Why? Look at his poor face. That's terrible. We need a new alligator. You tore him up. Him's dead. His face is gone. You killed him. You killed Mr. Alligator. Why you do this to Mr. Alligator? Why you be mean to him? Why don't you be nice to Mr. Gators? You want to sniff Mr. Gator's butt? Okay, you ready? I'm gonna throw them. 1, 2, 3. Go get your gator. Eagle skills.
Feels weird breaking down everything, just knowing it's all going to be worthless tomorrow.
That's right. Worthless. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Of the malignant pact. Hmm. What is that one? There was a I think it was Ravager, or I didn't even put Ravager on the bar. I'm funny. I'm a funny man. I think we dropped Concussive Stomp. I think that's what it is. Let's drop Concussive Stomp. I like Concussive Stomp, but I don't see any reason to really build it. I think we'll be alright. How long it'll take to join a game on day one? I don't think it'll be that bad. I don't think it'll be that bad. Ravager. Ravager no longer has a duration and instead drains vigor every second until depleted. Effects which extends Ravager's instead generate vigor. Huh. I kind of like that, especially from a basic skill standpoint. I don't think that should be an issue for my character at all. I should be able to maintain Ravager without any issue whatsoever. Especially since I'm going to be spamming a basic. And also, Quill Volley's not going to cost any resource unless it's at full. At which point I burn all the resource and then go back to building with Thunder Spike. So it shouldn't even really be that big of an issue. And with adaptability in the mix, as soon as my maximum resource depletes below 50%, I'm going to get more resource per cast. So it should be fine. I think that sounds like a good plan. That way we get a bunch of free hits. Just throw T-reels on every single character. If they're ever going to add a Soj, yeah, of course they're going to add a Soj. They're just saving it. It might even be in the game already, for all we know. I mean, do you really think that they showed us all the mythic uniques that they're adding into the game? There's probably a hidden secret one. They like to do that kind of thing. Actually, Aspect of Tenacity is amazing for basic builds. You gain resolve 10. You gain resolve for each 10 vigor you gain over 100. So, I mean, theoretically, with the Aspect of Tenacity in a build, you should be able to maintain maximum resolve, like, with ease. I don't see any reason why most builds probably wouldn't use that are in situations where they're generating maximum amounts of stuff. In fact, I should probably use that on my quad basic. I should probably use that too. Let's go ahead and save this build real quick. Let's go ahead and paste this in here too. I'm trying to keep all my build doojanks like in here so you guys can grab them whenever you want to. Look at this. I found this. What is this, Cody? Is this yours? Can I have it? What if I eat it? Do you want that? What if I throw it? Oh. You ready? 1. Taco. Chocolate. Monkey. Winter. Go-karts. Go! I guess technically with the aspect of tenacity, I don't really need armored hide anymore. Although armored hide is a nice defensive. I feel like I could probably replace that now. I mean, unless I just wanted even more resolve, but I don't feel like I need it. So I feel like we could drop that. Maybe we pull in counterattack instead. Passive gain 10% dodge chance and automatically retaliate against close enemies. Damage when you dodge their attacks. Active, dodge all attacks. Direct attacks for 3 seconds per cast, up to 6 seconds. Cody said, I don't want that you saying to me, you don't let me out to go peppy pee pee, and I gotta go take a doo-doo outside. Gonna let me go out for a ride, and you know all the words that I like to hear, and the Taco Bells, tacos, and the snacks for fear. And we got some ball, lots of cats, everywhere we go, they gonna get mad. So don't tease me about stuff. So it's not nice to do this. He's really letting me know what he wants me to do at this particular point in life. I'm trying to think what else we could pull in here, but I mean, defensively, I guess if we don't need armored hide, I mean, I guess I could still pull in armored hide anyway, just for more defensive prowess, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's good to have a defensive. I suppose maybe we go with Concussive Stomp instead. Concussive Stomp is on a shorter cooldown. Which...
Do you think any build's going to use the key passive Prodigy's Tempo? It doesn't seem very good.
I have to take a look. I think I was looking at it for at least one build.
Just getting 2 ranks to all skills doesn't seem worth it for a key passive.
Ranks to all skills, and then also... Oh, it was the cooldown thing, yeah. Every third consecutive cast of the same core skill or potency skill, it reduces all skills' active cooldowns by 10%, increased by 2% for each of their skill ranks. So if you have 5 ranks in the thing, I don't know if soft points count, but that's 5 times 2, so that's 10%. So another 10% on top of that, so a 20% active cooldown reduction. I mean, it could be interesting if you set up for cooldowns. There are a lot of cooldowns on the Spirit Point, I'm noticing. Cody, why are you singing? I'm gonna send you to your mama. You wanna get sent to your mama? She's gonna banish you to the Shadow Realm. Banished.
And I like the look of the vital strikes, but it removes vulnerable when it, like, you just have to constantly be applying vulnerable.
It's pretty easy to do if you're doing Eagle. Even if you're not doing Eagle, if you grab Soar, and then you go up to the top left on the passives, it says Soar's Cloud remains around you for 4 seconds after landing and continues to make enemies vulnerable. So you just get like a constant application of vulnerable to any monster that's there. I mean, there definitely are some ways that you could take advantage of it. What I was going to do is I'm using the Soar boots, the ones that make your Soar into an evade. That way you're just constantly using your Soar ability, which is going to constantly give you the ring around your character, which is going to constantly make all the enemies vulnerable. It seems like a really easy fix. But like all of the Eagle skills give vulnerability. So if you're doing any Eagle skill pretty much, so like they're all giving vulnerable at some way or another. Which so that passive seems to be designed around the idea of the Eagle.
Cody, I'm gonna rip your face off. How about that? Do you want me to rip your face off? You want me to rip it off?
He said, no. Do you gotta go Doodos? Do you gotta go Peppas? Do you have to go Peppa Doodos? I'm asking you right now. Do you have to go Peppa Doodos? Okay. Cody's got to go Peppa Doodos, guys. We will be right back. We are on a Cody Peppa Doodos break. Sorry, I'm back. Oh, Khan's in here now. What's up, Khan?
Hey guys.
The harmony of every walker.
1 day, 1 hour, 11 minutes.
That's right. We're getting close.
We're getting close.
We gotta stay up all night so we can be prepared for tomorrow.
It's the worst idea I've heard yet.
What? What do you mean the worst idea? That's what you always do.
Oh, is that what you do?
Yeah, that's the pre-prep. That's the pre-prep. That's the prep.
I'm too old for that.
That's one of the reasons why you do it.
No, I agree. I get 1 day. I get 1 day that I can do this. I can't do it 2 days.
Oh, there's no way. I can't do it 1 day.
Some
Feels
guy
so
named
awful.
Mo Lester called my phone for you. Oh, Mo Lester, huh?
Oh, Mo Lester.
That's terrible. Tell Mo that he should stop calling. He should stop calling your phone.
Hey, Devron, how are you?
Good. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Are you pretty
Right.
excited?
And Mr. Lester.
I'm really excited. I honestly understood it to be everything launches tomorrow, but the season was starting on Tuesday at like 1 p.m. I
Like
thought they were
usual.
doing- yeah, like I
Yeah,
thought they
yeah,
were
yeah.
doing that thing, and I'm like, well, that's really a bummer. And the fact that they're starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow is fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of people got messed up with that.
It was
Yeah,
very
we were-
confusing.
Yeah, Leo and I were talking about that for a few weeks. Going, what the heck does this mean when it ends early? And then they kind of explained it. So, yeah. Greenwich Mean Time they started at, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's two ways to launch a game these days. Like it always seems to be two different ways. The first way is the global launch at the same time, which always means that, like, if you do the global launch at the same time, then that means that everybody's getting the game at different times, and that's where you run into those situations where people can run the VPNs, and they, you know, they're like, oh, I'm an Australian, like, oi, mate, so that they can play the game like a day in advance, basically.
Yeah, right.
And then there's the other one, which is a single launch time, which then propagates out through all the time zones to equal different times on every single time zone. And it's usually the midnight launch. That's usually what they do. It's the midnight launch. And that's what they did here. So it's a midnight launch. But the thing is that the midnight launch is only midnight if you're in, like, the UK.
Yeah.
And then for everybody else, it's either not a midnight launch or it's a really, really late launch. I think for some people, unfortunate people, like over in Europe, if you happen to be in, like, one of the time zones, like, a little bit further past, like UK, it's like 3 a.m. in the morning. And then, like, if you go far enough to the you know, like, across, it goes into it's like morning time, basically. I think over in, like, Australia and, like, Japan and stuff, it's like 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning or something.
That'd be okay. I could do that. How did you like replaying the campaign yesterday?
Oh, it was fun. It was fun going back through it. It was
Yeah.
a lot easier, of course, the second time through.
Yeah.
And plus, we weren't stopping to do all the stuff as well, which is a whole other thing. Like, if you stop to do all the little quests and stuff in the zone, it's going to take you a hell of a lot longer than if you just follow the campaign by itself.
Yeah, you enjoyed it. It looked like you enjoyed it. I was watching the stream.
Did you see my taste testing all the Canadian food that Steph sent me?
Yeah. Yeah, the potato.
Ketchup flavored
potato
potato chips. You want some? They taste just like ketchup.
That's really funny. I've been trying to cut out carbs for like a month or two now. It's kind of hard.
I mean, it's not as hard as it seems if you, instead of cutting out carbs, you bring in proteins.
Yeah. I eat a lot of protein.
So, like, eggs and
Steak.
eggs, butter, milk. Like, those are like the three things that I would highly recommend you add into your diet if you don't already have them. in your diet on the regular.
Yeah. No.
They tend to curb your cravings toward the carbs. They also act as like a way of keeping you from feeling hungry, because you eat a lot of proteins and like whole milk and things like that. It helps keep you from getting hungry all the time. Also, contrary to popular belief, from like decades old crap science, they used to think that the saturated fat in eggs and butter and milk was bad for you, and like recent studies have basically determined that the saturated fat, for some reason, in eggs and butter also just magically doesn't increase your cholesterol or like your saturated fats either. Like the saturated fat and the cholesterol, neither of them seems to be some type of magic type of cholesterol and magic type of saturated fat that doesn't actually increase your health. And I know it sounds like bullcrap, but like for instance, the cholesterol in eggs does not cause high cholesterol. You guys might think I'm just like being facetious, but they've actually tested this. So like the cholesterol that's in eggs, for some reason in all of the tests that they've done, does not increase your cholesterol levels. It's a different form of cholesterol than normal cholesterol. And the same thing happened for butter. They were like, oh well, butter's high in saturated fat, right?
Yeah. Luckily I never listened to all that. I just eat a ton of butter and eggs and steak and I've always, but I did eat a lot of ice cream and those kind of things, and I've been trying to cut that out. I'm trying this new ice cream that's like zero sugar. I don't like artificial sweeteners too much, but sometimes the craving's too great.
What if you follow one of my dietary plans, which is basically I just avoid sugar in drinks. Don't drink your calories. Just follow that motto. Just don't drink your calories. Get your calories somewhere else.
Yeah.
And if you do that, a lot of the times you end up on the better side of things.
Yeah, I read this article a long time ago, and I don't remember it exactly, but they were like talking about like, oh, if you drink like a 12-ounce Coke or Pepsi, what the equivalent amount like you would have to eat of like Krispy Kreme donuts or something like that. It was so like you'd get sick before you ate enough muffins to make up for the sugar. It was crazy.
Muffins? What muffins are we eating?
I mean, whatever. They just compared like one soda, and then they gave a list of like 20 different things that you would have to eat. Like Krispy Kreme donuts, and how many you would have. It was like a dozen Krispy Kreme donuts or something like that. And I was like, God, I get sick before. But you can drink Cokes like one after the other. Yeah, I stopped after that article. I was like, I can't keep doing this.
Yeah, but
the old
potatoes are actually pretty high on the list too, because they just provide a lot over a long period of time. I mean, they're very, very dense, like nutrient dense, like material. Like they have to have those like complex carbohydrates that stay in your body for a long period of time. I like potatoes too, but I got to admit, like I don't think they're the best for you. What do we do with this particular build? I'm trying to think like what we run for runes. The rune words are a whole other thing, and I've been like thinking about and playing around with them, trying to figure out how to like get the most out of them for every build.
I gotta get to work. I'll see you tomorrow probably.
All right.
See you. All right.
Putting meteors on my barb, my proc barb.
If I would break my no sugar, I don't really have a no sugar diet. I just try and keep sugar to a minimum. I mean, you guys see me eat sugar on here. Like who am I fooling? I'm not fooling anything. It's just that I drink mainly water, like for the most part, except for like when I'm doing these, like, because I got this mystery. I only brought 3 cans of this up here, by the way, because I didn't want to like drink too much of it. But it's just like the mystery flavor. I mean, I'm not like a monk. If I'm at a party, like, and they've got sodas, I'll probably drink a soda when I'm at the party. But like, how often are you at parties? Like, and then I got mainly waters here. So I try and eat like beef jerkies and like eggs and things like that. I need to hard boil up some eggs for tomorrow too. I need to get like a little cadre of eggs. Those are great for getting your like to keep going for long periods of time without like pecking too much. Absolutely great nutritional things too. Tons of vitamins, minerals, all sorts of trace elements and stuff. I mean, heck, you make a baby chicken out of it, right? Make a little chick. If it can make a chick, it's probably got a lot of good stuff in it, right?
So your pre-game thing is that like tonight you stay up to kind of switch your sleep schedule a little bit? Is that the idea?
Basically, yeah. You just, you don't go to sleep at your normal time because then you'll wake up at your normal time, and then when you go to like game tomorrow, you're gonna be tired, like at your normal time, right? So your goal tonight is just to stay up a little bit past your normal time. It doesn't have to be that far, maybe even just an hour or 2 hours past your normal bedtime, and then go to bed, like you normally would. And then hopefully you'll wake up 2 or 3 hours, later than you normally would, which then means that, when you start the big gaming tonight, you won't be as tired as early. I usually stay up for quite some time, so.
Yeah, you guys, I usually go to bed and wake up and get on and you guys are still playing.
Did I unwittingly agree to leveling a spirit board to you? What? Cast a skill after moving. Spend 5% of your primary resource. That sounds good. What else do we want to throw on here? Not every build might use 2 rune words. I'm not entirely sure. Depends on the builds.
Yeah, didn't they nerf the runes enough where like it's not like automatic that you're gonna use 2 runes?
Some of them got buffed.
Well, the weak ones did, but some of the super strong ones got nerfed a bit.
Yeah, they took the multiplier out of Petrify.
Well, they didn't want you to like be using them for no other reason other than, oh, this is like the biggest multiplier, so like you need to use this because it has a multiplier on it. I mean, that just seems to me like I think that's fine. I would rather the runes be interesting and useful rather than just simply applying generic multipliers to your character.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a good change.
I mean, plus there's some pretty good stuff in here. I mean, you got Decrepify at the very least, which is a really fun one to throw in. That's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do Decrepify for this guy.
Is Decrepify damage reduction?
Yeah, it makes the monsters do less damage. It also gives you a chance to execute monsters as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I think we switch Pock with Zol. Yes. And then we switch over here. I think we're going to use Neo. I don't know. I like the build so far. I think it should be pretty powerful. Let's go ahead and update this. I haven't. I'm not really sure about the Paragon board on the. It seems weird. The Paragon board on the Spiritborn seems weird.
Why do you say that?
So it's well, like normally there's multipliers on the Paragon board, like straight advantages, like hey, you pick this, like this is going to give you a huge multiplier, like for this particular ability or skill or whatever, and it feels like they're very much so tied into specific like abilities or classes. You know, like you know when you're on the sorceress and you have like a fire, you know, Paragon legendary. It's for the fire Paragon, like you know, for the fire skills. Not everything in here like feels like it's designed around a specific class or a specific purpose, and some of them, in fact, kind of just seem really generic and don't even really give much of an increase in damage output. I'm not entirely sure they're all amazing. I mean, some of them seem like they could be useful, obviously, but bitter medicine when you heal for 100% of your maximum life. It says deal payload. Seems like it's broken. Heal damage to close enemies. So payload deals damage based on the amount that you heal. The damage is increased by your healing received bonus. I mean, what is that? Just free payload attacks every single time you heal yourself for 100% of your life? Did they keep the lightning one? I wanted to have a lightning earthquake character. I don't see it on here, but I mean, some of this stuff could be out of date too, so. I mean, I know this one's the eagle. It's gotta be the eagle. Your eagle skills deal time 15% increased critical strike damage. That sounds amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing. What we got? Movement speed and critical strike chance, damage reduction while moving, and maximum life. Both of those are kind of neat. There's so many Paragon points too that I hate to say it, but it's taken a little bit of fun out of building the Paragon board. Like it feels like you have so many points you can pretty much just grab just about everything.
Yeah.
You're just like, okay, let me grab that, let me grab that, let me grab that. And you just literally take like everything on a board. It's there's less choice involved in it.
Do they just need to make the boards bigger?
I don't know.
Because I get where they're saying that they don't want the boards. Like some boards, it was like, how can you possibly get 8 nodes or, you know, whatever it was, right? 7. Some cases. It's like, I get that.
I don't know. I think I understand what they were trying to do, and like I'm not upset with like what they tried to achieve, but I also kind of feel like that at the same time, like as I'm building these boards, before it was about choosing what you wanted, and now it's not so much about choosing what you wanted anymore. Now it's just like, okay, I pick a board, and then that's my choice. My choice was when I picked the board, and that's it. So I just picked the board, and then now I get whatever. Which I don't know. I guess it's okay, but I kind of liked how like you would go into the board, and then you would like try and choose, you know, what you wanted on said board, and you would even maybe like hunt and peck and grab different bonuses from different boards because, you know, those different bonuses from different boards were like what you needed for you to make your character work. And I don't know, it doesn't feel as customizable, I guess. It feels less customizable. I might go up this way. Because once you choose a board, that's pretty much it. You're probably and most likely just gonna take everything on that board at that point, with very few exceptions. I mean, there's like a couple times where you'll be like, okay, well I want this but not that, and then, but every time you choose not to take anything on a board, it just gives you more points to spend on the next board. Which then there's a very good possibility that you're just going to take everything on that board. Let's do sapping. What we got? Dodge chance and all res. Okay. There's a lot of dodge chance, and there's a lot of block in this particular character. And one of my concerns is that there might be an over-reliance on dodge and block. And when dodge and block doesn't work on all sources, which is an issue. Something that a lot of people find out when they build dodge characters. Like even when you had 100% dodge chance, a lot of people would be like, oh, okay, 100% dodge chance, I'm immortal. And then they'd go and they'd actually, you know, like fight something. And sure, yeah, they would dodge like the majority of the stuff that would come in. But then there would also be occasions where they would just get hit straight through the 100% dodge chance. And they realize that there's things in the game that kind of just ignore the fact that you have 100% dodge chance. They're like, oh, you have 100% dodge chance, do you? Do you? And they just ignore that. Just hit you anyway. Which is a thing. Okay, so we currently have how many boards? What am I at? 4? So this is my 5th board. Convergence seems like it might be a good idea here. Or maybe we go with Viscous Shield for the barrier bonus. That doesn't sound like a terrible option. I do like the Viscous Shield that gives you a multiplier just for building barrier. And why do I feel like this character is just horribly broken?
As it is.
Like, I feel like everybody's going to get in and they're going to play this character and they're going to be like, why is this character so broken? And it is. Because honestly, I don't really, like, yeah, it's, no. Alright, so we need strength for this. I gotta be a strong boy. Cause you gotta be a strong boy. Gotta be your own boy. Okay, that's all the strength. I'm missing a glyph. What am I missing? Okay, one for here. Chinchillas are being rude to each other. I hear them in there fighting. Cody hears them fighting too. He doesn't like it when anybody fights. Doesn't matter what it is. Cats, he doesn't like it when the cats fight. He doesn't like it when we fight, like when the humans fight. He doesn't like it when the chinchillas fight. he doesn't. He gets upset and he goes around and he tries to break it up, like a bouncer. He's like, break it up now. No more of this. I'm so curious about this Menagerist skill, or ability that says dealing damage with your gorilla, jaguar, eagle, or centipede skills increases all damage you deal by 4% times 10 seconds, stacking once per spirit. Like, the whole way that this thing works is, like, when you choose a spirit, it assigns that spirit to all of the other skills. So, like, isn't that pretty much mean that you're just gonna get, like especially with, like, some of the Ebiwaka builds where you have, like, 3 spirits assigned to every skill?
Yeah, does that triple dip, you're saying?
Yeah.
That'd be huge if it does, yeah.
Triple dipple dipple double dipple dip. That's a triple dipple doople dipple dap. Come on down with the triple dipple boople. We got a triple dipple doople. I also thought this magic circle thing was kind of neat, but I'm not really sure. You can get like all the magic circles and just have like magic circles popping up everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Jagged Plume. Spawning spirit feathers grants you 3% times increased damage, 5% increased movement speed for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Increases lightning damage. Huh. Cody, if they're fighting each other, you can't do nothing about it. You're too big to get involved. You could gobble both of them up with one bite. They're not that big. You know, he's so big and he's so scary. He probably does break up the fights when they're fighting each other, and he just all of a sudden shows up on the bars like, woo! They're probably like, that's the incarnate skills. Casting incarnate skills grants you 15% damage reduction for 7 seconds. Hubris increases damage to vulnerable targets. That's its secondary. Let's go with Hone. I think Hone would be a fun one. We are doing Jaguar. Yeah, the main passive. I don't know. I was thinking about it, and I played a lot of video games where how do I put it? You know, like when you play a video game and the video game has like a skill tree, and as you level up and you get more points, eventually you just fill out the entire skill tree. Like at first it feels like you're making choices and you're choosing like what you want and which path you want to go down, and it makes sense. You're like, oh yeah, I definitely want to take this over that because this is like way better than that, right? And then like at a certain point, like when you level up high enough, you just fill the entire tree, and there's no choices anymore. It's just you get the entire tree. So like just take everything. Why wouldn't you take everything? I feel like there's a little bit lost there when you play one of those games that just lets you fill the entire tree without any like give or take or choices, like up or down, so to speak.
Yeah, you end up filling up everything on these 5 boards.
Well, yeah, for the most part, yeah. I mean, if you take a board at this point, you're probably going to put points into it.
Yeah.
this there's this one node. It's on the if you look at the sapping board, it says 400% movement speed for 0.07 seconds after killing an elite. 400% movement speed for 0.007 seconds after killing an elite. 400% movement speed for 0.14 seconds after killing an elite. So that's a total of, what is that? 0.24 seconds if you take those nodes. So you get a total of 0.24 seconds. You're getting 400% movement speed for 0.24 seconds after killing an elite. At first I thought it was a mistake in the board. I was like, surely that's not real. And then I got with Proner and we like figured out what was a mistake and what wasn't, because there was like a formatting issue, and sure enough it's real. And then because I looked at the duration, and the duration makes sense, like to give you that much movement speed but really short duration. Alright, well this is pretty much done. I don't really know if I should spend a lot of time like min-maxing these boards. We need to find out like what an acceptable level of Paragon is too. Like you know how like in Diablo 2, you would level up your character, and you'd level up your character to say, I don't know, like level 93, and like that's like the general accepted point at which you're like, okay, this is a decent level that everyone can attain, and you know nobody's gonna like complain too much. And then like 95 is like try hard, and then like 99 is like, you know, like no life basically, right? Well, there's got to be a point with the Paragon points too where we're going to find this out. Like it's going to be really clear that getting to this level is going to be really easy, but then like from this point on it's going to be difficult. Because I don't even foresee most people getting to 300 unless they actually put in the effort.
No, I think it's a lot of grinding. I think about 200 to 250 I think is where you...
Oh, Texas Dad, thanks for the $5, man. Yeah, chinchillas do rule. That's right. That's right. You should see some of the stuff I did with the chinchillas. I've been trying to enhance their their space inside the cage, because there's a lot of you know, like wasted space inside the cage when you're messing with stuff. So it ends up being this just really like a lot of vertical space just like missing. So I got them a bunch of like little doojanks. I got them a little like bridge. Check this out. So I got them a bridge. They got like little platforms all over the place, so they can like have other places to travel in. Let's see. I know I got some more doojanks in here somewhere.
That looks medieval.
Yeah, it's like a little drawbridge. It's kind of cool looking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got this picture earlier too. This one's really cute. You want to see what a chinchilla's nose looks like? There you go. There's a little chinchilla piggy nose. I don't know what I think he was begging for treats. And then he looked at me afterward like, "What? No treats?" Look, he was like, piggy nose, piggy nose, piggy nose. He's like, "Where's my treat? Piggy nose, where's my treat? Piggy nose, where's my treat?" And then I put like a bunch of these in here, so I got a bunch of vertical space with the like little platforms they can jump all over. So they got little platforms. I think here's another one. Or is that the same one? That's the same one. This one? Yeah. So they got little platforms all over the place for them to jump on. Got one above the wheel so they can hide up there. There's just tons of vertical space that they can take advantage of. I also found this really weird bug on top of my car. You want to see this really weird bug? I don't know what he is. Oh wait, hold on. That's the picture that didn't focus right. Yeah, here's the picture that focused right. What the hell is that? Anybody know? It's crazy looking. It's like a lot. It's obviously not an adult form. Adult bug. I don't know what it is. It's probably like a nymph or like some other, but it kind of looks like a if I had to guess, it kind of looks like a half-formed wasp or like a bee or something. I don't know. I don't know. What kind of bug is this? Little poo flickers? That's right, they are poo flickers. They do indeed flick poo. Oh, here's a cute picture of Cody begging for playtime. Big. Begging beggar. Begging beggar. From begging town. Begging beggar. That's all you get. I discovered a new species. I don't know. It's sitting on top of my car. It looked neat looking. Bug finder app. We find bugs in your neighborhood. I don't know. This one's pretty much done. Did I do the mercenaries? I don't think I did the mercenaries. Let me let's put some gems in. So emeralds. You know, if I could buy stock in a gem, I would totally buy stock in a gem. Emeralds. I bet you emeralds are going to be freaking ridiculously expensive this season. Everybody's going to be rocking emeralds. Everybody's going to be rocking emeralds. It's going to be like a whole thing. Nobody's going to want any of the other gems except for emeralds. Going to be an emerald shortage.
Is there a way to convert them this season?
I don't know.
I thought I heard some.
Alright, let's take a look at the mercenaries and see what mercenary ability I want to pair up with this. Okay, there's Haunt. Old can emits 3 ghostly souls. Oldkin's shadow damage, 5% chance to daze, 30% chance to inflict vulnerable on an enemy for 4 seconds. I don't think Aldkin is a good choice. Let's take a look at some of the others. Right here. Right here is mainly a bunch of like defensive stuff. Rushes forward, taunting enemies, grants you armor, slows surrounding enemies by 40%. Another taunt. Deal increased damage to enemies taunted. I've heard that Rahir is going to be like amazing for hardcore players. Apparently, he just shows up and saves your life. That's his passive effect. In fact, we need to add the passive effect in here somehow. I don't know how to. It's not on the board. I'm a message proner and make sure he knows about the passive effects. Bow, 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 bow. Can mercenaries ride customizable mounts? I have no clue. I assume they have a mount.
For early game, he has a He has a resistance, 15% resistance to all elements.
Yeah, 15% resistance and 15% armor, depending on which path you go down. Subo's ability seems amazing too. His passive.
Yeah, it's
just being able to see all the monsters on the minimap.
Yeah.
I do like that. I do like that very much. Come on down, I'll tell you, we'll get you lunch. I'll give you the dim sum lunch. One thing I'm trying to pay attention to as well is that so your mercenary can do a reinforcement effect, but specific skills have a lot longer cooldowns than others. So like if you take a look at Molotov only has an 11-second cooldown, whereas Snipe has a 20-second cooldown, and Explosive Charge has a 22-second cooldown. So you're going to get far less usefulness out of them because they're not going to be going off as often.
Kind of interesting system.
Oh yeah, it's gonna bring people like wondering what the hell's going on. Enemies damaged by Varania's Earthbreaker are left exposed, causing your next hit against them within 3 seconds to be a guaranteed overpower. This may only occur on the same target once every 5 seconds. Earthbreaker. Saw Riker's view in one scene. He got on his Nahatu Warcat and his mercenary got on a Black Panther mount. Sounds neat. It's an aspect that reduces the cooldown of reinforcements by 33% and auto-casts it when you use the ultimate. It's called Aspect of Assistance. That's pretty neat. I think I'm gonna do Bloodthirst. Bloodthirsty demons. Bloodthirsty demons. Bloodthirsty demons. Demons, bloodthirsty demons. Come on down, cause they be steaming. Got the demons, the bloodthirsty demons. I think that looks good. Alright, so that one's done. Eagle basic build. I like it. We need to do a full Jaguar. Oh, Jaguar. I think that'd be another fun build to do. We're gonna do like a full Jaguar build. The Jaguar. The Jaguar. Rawr. Jaguar. A Jaguar. Alright, full Jaguar build. So, full Jaguar build is probably going to be Thrash for the basic, Rake for the core, and then we're most likely going to be using Ravager to get the free attacks. We're probably going to pull in counter attack for the free attacks. And then for the ultimate, we use the Hunter. I mean, we really go like full Jaguar. A Jaguar. Crushing Claw sounds interesting. Seems like a mobility skill. Yeah, it is a mobility skill. So we could use that as our mobility skill, and then we can take... Ravager has a fairly long cooldown. Counterattack is a passive. We go Jaguar, Jaguar, and then we also grab the Loyalty's Mantle, which is going to beef up our Jaguar, Jaguar combo, which is exactly what we want with the Jaguar, Jaguar. How many Jaguars? All the Jaguars. Jaguar, Jaguar. Uche Nakpa. Uche Nakpa is kind of interesting. Could be an interesting way to get an extra 50% multiplier out of Ebby Waka too. Casting an ultimate skill grants you its matching primary spirit hole bonus and increases all skill ranks by 5 to 10 for 15 seconds. So you basically just get another spirit hole bonus, which means that you could technically, if you set it up properly and you use the ultimate of the one thing that you're not getting the bonus for. So let's say, like, I don't know, let's say you were doing Centipede and then you grabbed like Jaguar Gorilla, right? And then you grab the Eagle Ultimate. When you use the Eagle Ultimate, you would now, all your skills would now be Jaguar, Centipede, Gorilla, Eagle for at least 15 seconds. So you'd have 200% multiplier, essentially, from the Ebby Waka with the Wuxie Nakpa. Trying to think what I want to run with this. If I just go with more instead of one of the uniques, maybe go with something else. I feel like maybe this build could definitely use the mythic. I don't see any reason why not. Unless there's a stronger aspect that we would put in here for the main weapon. It's kind of an interesting character to have a, you know, like a guaranteed 2 times aspect. So you just always have a 2 times aspect. I wonder if this would be a good thing with a full Jaguar. So the aspect of Plains Power, which is the one that's the lucky hit, 25% chance to create a Mystic Circle. It's casting a Jaguar skill in Mystic Circles, empowers them to keep your ferocity at maximum, and increases your damage by 7% per stack while you remain within. So if you use it on your weapon, that's 14% per stack. What is the maximum number of stacks? I mean, I know there's a couple different ways to increase the maximum number of stacks, but, like, I mean, let's just make some assumptions. Let's say you can get, like, 8 ferocity stacks. I mean, 8 times 14 is 112 multiplier right there. And that's pretty powerful. Granted, you'd have to get your little Mystic Circle to spawn, but Another interesting side effect of this is there's multiple Mystic Circle aspects, so you could potentially, like if you really wanted to do something like this, you could grab some of the other ones that also work with Mystic Circles. Just so you have, like, I think, because I don't think it really matters. I think having multiple Mystic Circles doesn't hurt anything. Like, there's a defensive one, which is the Forest Power. It's casting a gorilla skill inside of it periodically grants you barrier, you know, like a maximum life, blah blah. But like, it still puts a circle down. So it's just like you could potentially throw that in and just have like another option for the Mystic Circles. And I know there's more than that. Like, I think if I go to the amulet, because the amulet can do all of them. Yeah, there's 4 different Mystic Circle aspects. There's the Plains Power, which is the Jaguar. There's the Forest Spell, which is the Gorilla. There's the Soil Power, which is the Centipede. And the Sky Power, which is the Eagle. Do a little bit of searching, shall we? Jag. Critical hit chance. Jaguar skills is against enemies for 10%. Your critical chance with Jaguar skills is increased against enemies by... I don't know how to read that. For each 10% of their missing life. Rake manifests a Spirit Jaguar, which also casts Rake at a random enemy, dealing 65% of its base damage. Okay. That's kind of nice, and I like it. Don't know if I want to like it. It's kind of nice, and I like it. I think that would be nice to have put like on a glove. Aspect of Wild Claws. Seems like just an additional attack, just like popping out. Let's take a look at the rings and see if any of the rings strike out us with this build.
There's a rallying reversal that you have a 60% chance to gain 1 ferocity when you crowd control an enemy.
Yeah,
If you're trying to.
I saw that one. Well, I'm gonna be doing like full. I think I'm gonna be doing full Jaguar with this one. So this one, I should have plenty of ferocity. But there is this ring that grants resolve whenever you take ferocity or gain ferocity, which could be an interesting way to go too. The Peacemonger signet.
Yeah, to maybe get some.
I think maybe
damage protection.
I think maybe going with the Peacemonger signet might be interesting. I mean, it gives you 7 vigor per second while you have at least 4 stacks of ferocity, which should be pretty easy, considering I'm using like a million Jaguar skills. And then it's also going to grant me resolve while I am gaining ferocity, so I should have maximum resolve stacks all the time. And then it also gives me all stats for every point of ferocity and resolve that I currently have, which isn't terrible. It's also got a lot of passives like Fueled and Perseverance. I mean, it seems like a really solid ring. Also very nice for regenerating. There's so many cooldowns on the Spiritborn. Like, so many cooldowns. It's kind of insane how many cooldowns there are on this character.
They have that one chess piece that like resets the cooldowns or something. Oh, you lose life in it or something. I can't remember.
Every second, your active cooldowns now drain 10% of your maximum life to reduce their durations by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Mm. I mean, it could be interesting.
I don't know if you could push really hard content with it. Maybe to speed run.
I feel like it would be a hassle. That's what I feel like. I feel like it would just be a hassle.
Oh, to keep battling against it.
Yeah, I feel like you'd just be constantly battling against it all the time.
Oh yeah, maybe on a centipede build with all the lifesteal it has. Maybe if you work in Scourge into the build, and you could have that lifesteal on that last node.
I kind of feel like I'm silly for not taking one of the 2 staffs. I hate to say it, but those 2 staffs are just like so amazing.
Yeah, they're just so OP.
I'm trying to like build a character like that doesn't use them, and I'm over here like, why am I trying to build a character that's not using them when they're so good?
Yeah, I'm doing the same.
I've already used them in like everything I've built though, so I was trying to see if I could maybe build around them. I don't know. I don't really like the two glaives. The glaives are like okay. I mean they're alright. Like I think I could build around Wuxie Nakpa, but Seppa Zontek and Rod of Kepeleke just feel like way better items.
I wonder how strong that supremacy is.
Supremacy? What is that?
It was in the skill tree. It's one of the last nodes near the. I thought it says.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that. I didn't like it because it was it seemed like it wasn't good against bosses. It says any enemies that you kill. So that's the key word there, kill. While you have the ultimate active is grant stacks of supremacy, each increasing your damage by 3% times, up to 30% times. And when an ultimate skill ends, you gain 5 stacks of supremacy, but you begin to lose 1 stack every second. So like, I mean, yeah, it sounds cool, but it's killing stuff. Like
yeah, that's right.
It won't help me versus bosses. It's not going to help me versus like big heavy elites that are kicking my booty cheeks in.
Yeah.
It's only going to help me when I'm in like big packs of monsters and I'm killing everything. I mean, I guess it would be fun for like when you're doing the hordes. It would be fun in the hordes. Like when you're killing tons of monsters all the time and you have like all the monsters are dying around you. But like I don't think it would be very good when you're fighting like the bosses at the end of the horde. I think it would just fall off completely and you wouldn't be getting anything from it.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta make a phone call. I'll be back.
Let's take a look at the rings again. Okay, so Resolve is taken care of, Ferocity is taken care of. We don't really have to worry about either of those. We're not setting up for Thorns. I do like the gain counterattacks passive effect, but we're actually going to be using counterattack, so we don't need it. However, when you critically strike, you regain 50% of the vigor you spent in the last 2 seconds. Ring of the Midnight Sun does seem pretty OP. Seems pretty OP. 4 to Mirage. Cooldown reduction, critical strike damage. I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad option. The Ring of the Midnight Sun gives some pretty good bonuses. It doesn't have a multiplier tied to it or anything, but... I mean, I also feel like Ring of the Starless Sky is a pretty good option here, too. And I think might be better, since we're not going to be wasting all of our resource instantaneously. Rake is going to be our main ability, though, so... And we're using this, and we're getting double, so attack speed becomes very important, I guess. Which ferocity gives us tons of. Rod of Kepeleke. Such a freaking powerful weapon. I think this is our play. Aspect of the Plains Power. I think that's our play. The Aspect of the Plains Power just does so much, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a really high level of ferocity. I mean, we're picking this, which gives us our maximum ferocities increased by 1. We're also utilizing the Loyalty's Mantle, which doubles the effect of our Spirit Hull choices. Which means that we're going to get 2 maximum ferocity. So that's right there. We've got 2 maximum ferocity instead. I think that there's a pair of boots that we can get that also gives us maximum ferocity. It's called the Duelist Aspect. And that one gives us, what, 5? So that's 5 more bonus. I think you have 4 to begin with, right? So you have 4 to begin with. That's 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, right? We double the 7% on the Aspect of the Plains Power, which gives us a total of, what is that? My brain is starting to break here. All right, so we get, what is that? 5 plus 4 plus 2 is 11 times 14 is 154% multiplier from the Aspect of the Plains Power. Can we get any more? I don't know how the ferocity works or how we can get more ferocity. Let me check the tree for ferocity and let's do a search. Okay, so ferocity on the tree, which we haven't even built the tree yet, by the way. We just chose the skills. We didn't actually build the tree. Let's do this. Okay, so we're probably grabbing Sharp Thrash. Actually, do we even need that? I don't know. The Accelerated Thrash is pretty nice too. We're grabbing Rake. Rake's vigor cost is reduced by 2 per stack of ferocity that you have. Hitting at least 1 enemy with Rake reduces your longest active cooldown by 0.5 seconds. Yeah, we got lots of cooldowns. I think that's probably the best way to do that. And then we're probably going to put 5 points in there. We don't need the basic skill bonus. We probably... Let's do Vigorous and Velocity. Interesting. Using Rushing Claw's last charge will instantly refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of ferocity. When Rushing Claw hits an elite enemy, you gain 10% increase in dodge chance for 3 seconds. Okay. I was actually thinking about maybe Prodigy's tempo for this, because it gives us such a huge reduction in our cooldowns, but... Adaptive Stances gives us a huge amount of increased attack speed, and increase to all of our core stats. You know, let's go with that. And that still leaves us with a ton of points left. Alright, so we probably drop 5 into Hunter, we probably drop 5 into Rushing Claw. Hey, what do you think of Druid next season? I mean, there's some pretty decent Druids. Can you explain why I have 1100 thorns but deal 10,000 to 20,000 damage when enemies are hit by my minions? It has to do with like all of your innate multipliers and things that are working. So you have base damage. Base damage isn't the equivalent of what you're dishing out. It's just the base. Similarly, I mean, let me use Diablo as an example. So Diablo has like calculations. Like for instance, let's say I'm doing like 600 damage, right? And then my 600 damage is then going to get multiplied by all of my sources of, you know, additive bonuses. So in Diablo 2's case, let's say I'm running, you know, like 500% on like my fanaticism, and I've got like another 500% from random things, and I've got maybe like a pair of gloves that gives me like another 200. So I'm running like 1200%. So a 1200% bonus to my 600 now pops me at 7800. Diablo 4, on the other hand, doesn't just have additive bonuses, they also have multiplicative bonuses, which are going to work by adding like a multiplied percentage. So like for instance, let's say you have a 200% multi. A 200% multi is something like times 2, basically, is how that works, because you move the decimal place over 2 spaces, which is going to turn my 7800 into like 15600. I don't have multiplicative bonus, just 800 intelligence. So 800 intelligence is divided by 8, which is a 100 times multi. So that's a 100 times multi to your effect. And I did the math wrong on the times 2 earlier. It should have been times 3. So a 100 times multi is basically times 2. But then you also have your additive bonuses, you have your like your minion bonuses and other things that are coming in. Anything that's going to affect your thorns. Anything. There's also glyphs, there's paragon nodes, you've got I mean there's so many little things in the game, like generic damage additive bonuses probably apply as well. Drop my bottle. It seems like we always have the same conversation every single time you come in here, Dark Bendover. You're always asking about thorns and why thorns works a different way. Wasn't the last time you came in here you said you don't even know how thorns is calculated? But all main stats are multipliers. So, like, if you have 2,000 main stat on a Necromancer, that's 2,000 divided by 8, which is a 250 multiplier. If you have, say, like 3,000 strength on a Barbarian, that's 3,000 divided by 10, which is a 300% multiplier. If you're on a Rogue, and you have, you know, like, I don't know, 3,000 Dexterity, you divide that by 9 on the Rogue, and you get 333.33% multiplier. I mean, there's more to it than just 1,000 thorns and 1,000 intelligence. So if you got 1,000 thorns and you got 1,000 intelligence, that's 1,000 intelligence divided by 8, which gives you a multiplier of 1.25, which is essentially 2.25, right? So that you take your 1,000 thorns and you multiply that by 2.25, and then get you 2,250 as a multiplier. But where does the multiplier come in? We don't know. Like the 2,250 multiplier, the 2.25 multiplier, may come in at a different point in the calculation. Calculations are not like easy in games. Let me see if I can give you a general damage formula for Diablo 4. These are not easy to represent. Trying to find like the actual formula for you. There's 1,000 formulas I've just passed by because I'm trying to make sure that I'm finding the correct formula for you. I could just give you the generic damage formula, but you don't have just that. You don't have just that. Boom, 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 boom. And what about your weapon? It has a stat, doesn't it? Radioactive goat man? I scared the crap out of you? Why did I scare the crap out of you? Good. Good. Let's scare you some more.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Moo moo moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo.
Yeah, according to this, and I'm looking at some of the formulas, it looks to me like thorns is just simply the base number. It's only the base. So whatever your thorns number is, it's always going to be the base number multiplied by everything else. I mean, this is a little post from a while back. It's not too old. And it basically just says thorns doesn't depend on your weapon. Instead, they have a flat value, which is used as the base for the damage calculation. But just because it says that it doesn't depend on your weapon, doesn't mean it might not depend on the eye level of the weapon, which is a different calculation entirely. The eye level of the weapon can change the way that some of your aspects works, as well as might also affect the way that thorns is calculated. But it's just the base. So it's the beginning of the calculation. It's the beginning of everything. Before any of your multipliers, before any of your global multipliers, before any of your additive bonuses, before any of your skills and other things are affecting the monster, it's the very base of the formula. Is the X-Pack more of the same BS, or is D4 actually a good game now? When's the last time that you played the game, Dragoon? Because Diablo 4 hasn't been the same game for many seasons. Every single season it's been like evolving and changing, and I mean, it wasn't even the same game after like season 2. Like season 1 to season 2 was like a huge hop, and season 2 was absolutely amazing. And then like the hop from season 2 to 4 was like a ridiculous change as well, and that was like a whole entirely new game. And then season 4 to 6 is going to be like a whole freaking brand new game again. It's going to be the same as any calculation that has a base stat in it. So if you pull up the formula for anything within the game, it's probably exactly the same as every other calculation. So if you just type in D2, D4 damage calculation, I don't know, there's a one from Max Roll here, right? So you just pull up Max Roll and you pull up the Thorns calculation, right? So when you're dealing with something like average damage, like this is a standard calculation right here. I can't really copy and paste this for you, but you know what I can do? I can just do this. Here, look. Open image, a new tab. Alright. That's terrible. I can barely even read it because it's like half invisible. Look, you take this formula right here. Alright? You see this part that says average damage? Right all the way at the beginning? This is where you put in the Thorns number. This min damage and max weapon damage, you can just delete that from the equation. But everything else stays. All you're doing is instead of having a min weapon damage and max weapon damage, basically giving you your average damage, you're just replacing that entirely with the Thorns modifier. So the Thorns modifier just simply goes into the front of the calculation at the very beginning, becomes the base for all of the multiplications afterward. And that includes your additive stats, it includes your global multipliers, it includes your skill percentage bonus, and it also includes your main stat and your class coefficient. All of this is after the base. So the number that you see on your page is just simply the base. But Thorns also has other things that come into play, where you can multiply the Thorns that you have by the base. So for instance, with this ability right here, Rock Splitter. Rock Splitter has this thing right here, which gives you 100% of your Thorns to enemies, right? And then if you go over here to the Gorilla, so you go to the Gorilla also has 100% Thorns, right? Then, if you're wearing Loyalty's Mantle, you can get 200% Thorns, because it doubles the effect. So now, instead of applying your 1,000 Thorns to the enemy as the base, it's going to apply 2,000 Thorns as the base. And then everything that you have is going to multiply it. You're never getting the base number. I think what you're hung up on is you're looking at the base number and you're like, this is my base number. It says I do 1,000 damage. Why is it saying 20,000? It's never going to be 1,000. 1,000 is only the base number at the beginning of the calculation after everything else is considered. Additive bonuses, multiplicative bonuses, main stat, global multipliers, also your class-specific multipliers that come into play. There are tons of various things that are going to come into play as a base number is being filtered through all these stupid little multipliers and bullcrap that you have going on. And I can't tell you exactly how many multipliers you have. You can't even tell me how many multipliers you have, because half them don't even show up on the freaking board. Half your Thorns damage doesn't even show up on the board. Anything that is considered a situational thing, like something that only happens at a certain time, like, for instance, trying to find like a good thing here to show. When you have something silly that's like this one right here, which is you gain 20% dodge chance while you're evading. A lot of the time stuff like this just doesn't show up on the board. So you have things that are going to be like temporary bonuses or like damage on Tuesday stuff that's not going to show up on your character sheet. And so you're not going to see that it's adding to you the way that your character works. It doesn't, you're just not going to see it. I mean, you keep saying that, but then every time we dive a little bit deeper, Dark Bendover, we find out that you have a lot more than you realize that's affecting the ability. Let's just assume at this point, from our previous conversation, where you're like, I have nothing, and then turned out you had something, and then like you were like, well, I have nothing but this, and then it turned out you had a lot more than that, and then you're like, well, I have nothing but this, and then it turned out you had a grandfather, and then you're like, well, I have nothing but this, and a grandfather. Like, you have a lot more affecting the Thorns than you realize, and it's very obvious. I'm not really sure why you're trying to calculate it out anyway. The game is doing it for you. You do realize that, right? Like, you're trying to find the math formula behind the calculation. Right, so you're trying to do like the whole scientific math formula behind the calculation. But you do realize that the game is literally giving you the answer, and you could reverse it if you wanted to. You could try and figure out how to reverse the effect. But if you take your character, you walk outside of town, you get smacked in the face, you see 20,000 damage pop up on the monster. You look at your board, you've got 1,000 damage on your thing. It just did the math for you. That's the math. It just did it for you. Now all you got to do is take the answer and the beginning and try and figure out, reverse engineer it, how it's coming to the result. But it literally just did the math for you. I need some water. Dark Bendover, there's no way that you're only getting 2 multipliers. I don't even understand why we're having this conversation. I feel like you just completely don't understand how the game works. I feel like that's what's going on. You see this right here? This is a multiplier. This is 12% increased damage to cursed enemies. If the enemy is cursed, they're taking 12% times increased damage. That's a multiplier, right? As long as it's generic enough, it will apply to thorns. That's how this works, right? So there's tons of different multipliers that you could potentially have running all over the place throughout the board. There's tons of various multipliers. For instance, this one right here, Kalen's Edict, which gives increased attack speed. You might be using the Paragon node, which gives your minions multipliers. Since the minions are applying the thorns, the minion multipliers may be applying to the thorns when the minion gets hit. Or maybe you're utilizing one of the other aspects that give multipliers. There's tons of various ways in here that you can multiply your damage through skill usages, through the abilities themselves, through just passive effects that are going to help you out. Like, for instance, this one right here, Death's Embrace, says close enemies take 6% more damage from you, which would definitely apply to thorns. You also have other multipliers that you can potentially add into the mix, like for instance Fueled by Death, which gives you 9% increased damage after consuming a corpse, which would probably also affect thorns. There are like hundreds of multipliers throughout the skill trees that could potentially be applying to thorns as you're doing your particular character. There are also generic multipliers all throughout the Paragon board, as well as in the glyph sockets and also the legendary glyphs, which could potentially cause you to have multipliers for your thorns. Unless you're willing to take your character, strip off every single piece of equipment, remove every single skill point, remove every single minion, take every single Paragon point out, and test with like a naked character using a razor plate, there's no way you're going to get down to the base numbers. And even then, you're still going to have a little bit of intelligence that it's like the base intelligence that your character gives you. There's also things inside of the actual minions themselves, like if you're sacrificing any of the minions, some of these things could potentially affect your thorns. Like for instance this one, which is you deal 20% increased damage to enemies that is vulnerable, right? So if the monster is vulnerable and they hit you and they hit the thorns, well then the thorns is going to apply to them. If you have a character leveled up, you put in your points, you have your Paragon nodes, and you're wearing equipment, then there's literally probably like 50 to 60 things bare minimum that are going to be affecting your thorns. If you want to find some sort of like Zen calculation, you're going to have to minimize the variables to the utmost. So you're going to have to take off every single piece of equipment. You're going to have to find the blandest sword in existence, because if you don't have a weapon on, you're not going to be able to use any of your abilities. Which may not even matter anyway, because you're just going to stand there and let them hit you. You're going to take every single skill point out of your skill tree. You're going to have to take every Paragon point out of your Paragon node, and you're going to have to remove every glyph from every glyph socket. And then you walk outside of town with just the razor plate on, because the razor plate doesn't have anything else on it except for thorns. And you're going to let them smack the crap out of you, and you're going to look at the numbers. And you're going to see how closely it lines up with the numbers that's on your panel. And if you've done everything correctly and you've removed every kind of bonus that you can possibly get, then the numbers should be pretty darn close to each other, because you're not going to have any additive bonuses, you're not going to have any multipliers, you're not going to have any skill bonuses or stat bonuses or any Paragon nodes or glyphs or legendary nodes or anything affecting the thorns. And then if you still get 20,000 damage, well then there's some magic stuff going on in the background. But as it is right now, you have a fully geared character wearing tons of equipment, using skills, using minions, using the Paragon board, the legendaries, and it is in fact affecting your thorns, no matter how much you pretend that it's not. So every time you like signify with your hand raised up like a kid in his classroom, and you're like, but teacher, I only have one piece of clothing on, and the teacher's like, well, you're obviously wearing socks, shoes. It's like, oh yeah, well, I only have 2 pieces of clothing on, socks and shoes. Well, you're also wearing pants. Oh, I only have 3 pieces of clothing on. I'm wearing socks, shoes, and pants. Well, you have a shirt on too. I'm only wearing 4 pieces of clothing. You're also wearing a hat. No hats in school. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you want to test this stuff, if you really want to get a good feeling for how those skills work and you want to like dig into the nitty-gritty of it, you've got to be willing to reduce the variables to the tiniest degree and then start adding individual things to test. It's just a scientific method, basically. It's no different than testing anything. Like if I wanted to see whether plants grew better when I poured vinegar inside of them, or like try and find some sort of fertilizer, I would buy like 10,000 plants and I would line them up all in a row, and I would make sure that plant number 1 only gets vinegar, and plant number 2 only gets soda, and plant number 3 only gets Mountain Dew, and plant number 4 only gets, you know, like friggin' like cat urine, and plant number 5 only gets this. I would literally sit there and test every single one, and everyone would have the variables minimized to the utmost degree. Minions inherit 100% at this point. They change that, they inherit 100% of your stats. Yeah, hit the doojang. People who have no clue what doojanks are, they're like, what's a doojang? The hell is that? I don't know what doojanks are. Why's my chat window covering my forehead? Get out of here, chat window. How dare you be slightly too low and cover my forehead? There, fixed it. Alright, what the hell am I doing here? I don't even know what I'm doing. I was thinking we could use Lochran's talismans for this, but I'm not really sure what the hell I want to use with this build. Let me go take a look at the actual aspects. Alright, Spiritborn. Let's look at offensive aspects. I just want to look through them. Critical strikes with core skills. Aspect of Cursed Touch. Stun on pants, freeze on boots. Which one is more effective? They're both hard crowd controls that stun the target for a period of time. It depends on what you're trying to do. If you can benefit from the freeze or the stun, then you want to go with the one that you can benefit. If you're not benefiting from either, then it doesn't really matter. They're both basically just crowd control. Hard crowd control is what I'd call them. Doesn't seem like everything's doubled in this list. Or a lot of them are doubled. I mean, it's not really like that important, but it's kind of annoying looking through the list and seeing them all doubled. Oh, wow, I was off. I'm like debugging the website as I go. I thought this one was really interesting too, and I was actually kind of curious about making a build around this. It says casting a gorilla skill adds 36% of your armor to all of your attacks for 3 seconds. I don't know why, but this seems like it could make a really strong build. I mean, there's 2 very high armor abilities in the game already, aspects that could be very easy to add to this. You can add, obviously, disobedience, and you could also put the Juggernaut aspect onto this character with the aspect of unyielding hits, and you could very easily build around this. If you're talking about 2 separate 20% stun procs, they don't add up to 40%. They would just be 2 separate 20% stun procs. They don't combine in Diablo 4. You just end up with two separate procs, both procking at a 20% chance. If you're talking about 2 lucky hits, I don't think they add up to each other. That's... The lucky hit procs wouldn't add up. That would be insane. Because then you could just add up like freaking 20% stun chances onto your equipment. Like put one on your helmet, your armor, your pants, and your boots, and then you would have 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, and that would be 100% stun every single time that you attack. That doesn't seem likely. The one from tempering is lucky hit. So if you go to the tempering and you look at the one that's on the items, it is lucky hit. What the hell is it? Is it a utility? Is it I can't even remember.
I thought it was utility too.
I thought it was utility as well. But not in here? Did I click on something that restricted the total number of aspects or something?
Yeah, it's rolled separately each time. You're right. So you'd take it like if it's 20%, it's like rolling a 20% like a 5-sided die. I know there isn't, but then getting a 1 or a 2 would proc it essentially. If you get anything more, it wouldn't. But then you have to take that times your lucky hit chance of the skill. So it drops it.
I don't know why it's missing. It's like it's missing on here. Or maybe I'm just stupid and I don't see it. It got deleted.
Oh no, just the 1.
I was like 9,000% sure it was in the utility category, but it just seems to not be there. Chilling weight, expels vulnerability, concussion.
Oh, there was some lucky hit procs on weapons, wasn't there?
I think they took all that stuff off the weapons, but
Maybe.
it shouldn't be on the weapons anymore. The easier thing will be just go into Diablo at this point, just pull it up.
Yeah.
And it may have taken it away, for all I know. I don't know. Maybe they took it away for the Season 6. I think everybody was abusing the crap out of those anyway. Tempering. Alright, so here's the Worldly Fortune, which is Lucky Hit. Lucky Hit chance, 30% chance to slow, 22.5% chance to immobilize, 17.5% chance to stun for 2 seconds, 17.5% chance to freeze for 2 seconds. Alright, these are Lucky Hit bonuses. I'm pretty sure this is what you're talking about, because you can add this to your boots, you can add this to your pants, you can add it to your armor, and you can add it to your helmet. These don't stack cumulatively. If they stacked cumulatively, that would be insane, and just that doesn't make any sense. Just think about it for a second, okay? At a 17.5% chance, and with a little bit of masterworking, you could easily bring that up to a 20% chance, which is probably what you're talking about. And then you take a 20% chance, right? And you add them up. If you get 20% plus 20% plus 20% plus 20% plus 20%, you are now at a 100% chance to cast, which means that if you did a freeze effect here, a freeze effect here, a freeze effect here, and a freeze effect here, you are now at a 100% chance to freeze enemies every single time you touch them. That's not something that they want. They don't want you to do that. That's silly. Instead, you are at a 20% chance times 5, which is something completely different. There are calculators on the internet for like going over stuff like this. Like, I don't know. Well,
I think it's 0.2 raised to the power of 5 is what give you your proc chance, but I might be wrong.
Well, like, for instance, here's a coin flip probability calculator for the number of total flips, right? So we have 5 flips, and we're trying to get at least 1 successful head is what we're looking for. And it needs to be exactly heads, right? So our probability of heads is... And we do a little calculation here. Calculate.
Calculate? Oh, is it under?
At least X heads.
15%. Is
right.
that at the bottom?
So our probability of getting at least 1 heads is 0.96875, or a probability of success of 96.875%, because we've got 5 chances to get 1 success. So the chances of getting 1 success is about 96.875%, right? In your particular case, you've got 2 chances to get 1 success, which means that your probability is about 75% when it comes to flipping heads, right? However, if you have 2 separate chances, it's still the same probability. You're still going to get either a stun or a freeze, one or the other. The added benefit, though, is that you could potentially end up with both. You can't freeze a target twice, but you can stun and freeze a target at the same time, which is silly, I know. But it does actually work that way. In fact, there's plenty of items in the game, like the creeping death aspect, which work by the total number of crowd controls that are currently affecting a target will make it even stronger. Hey, look, the timer on the thing and the timer on my screen are like really, really close to each other. They're only off by like a couple seconds, like a few seconds.
That's awesome.
The hell is that? Close. All right, back to the temporary recipes. There's so much changing, and I know that there's going to be more changing than they revealed in the patch notes. It's always the case. I'm a little bit worried about that in terms of like building all these builds. I'll probably have to go back over all of them with like a fine-tooth comb, fixing all of them. So we're going with the aspect of the plane's power, and we're getting the duelist aspect to increase the ferocity, which I think is a really good play. I was also thinking about maybe pulling in another one of the Mystic Circles, if for no other reason other than just to have an additional proc of the Mystic Circle. Because with a 25% chance to create a Mystic Circle for 10 seconds, on a lucky hit of 20% for Thrash, 18% for Rake, I mean, there's no guarantee I'm going to get my Mystic Circle all the time. But having an additional one, like we're literally just talking about, can up my chances of getting a Mystic Circle. I just realized there's another armor bonus. That's crazy. Aspect of forest power also gets armor.
And is that irregardless if you're in the circle?
It says casting a gorilla skill in Mystic Circles empowers them to periodically grant you a barrier for 25% of your maximum life, which increases your armor by 25% while active.
Wow. So you don't even have to be within it.
So, man, this is like all coming together. I need to finish this one, and we need to work on this armor gorilla. I think the armor gorilla sounds like fun. Just like a character designed around the armor, like getting maximum armor value, and then applying that to all of our damage output. How much armor could we potentially even get? And then armor becomes our main stat, like for damage. So like for like our body piece and whatnot, we're just like slapping on plus armor percentages on everything.
Yeah, yeah. Amulet. Can have 2 on an amulet.
Do I see any damage reduction skill or aspect for the Spiritborn? Yeah, the entire Spiritborn has damage reduction and friggin' aspects all over it. Like, so they're peppered everywhere, like a Chinchilla visited the place and pooped all over everything. I mean, it's true. Man, I wonder if this aspect of the forest power, if it was put on an amulet, or if it was put on a like a main hand weapon.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, it couldn't go on a main hand because it's defensive, but it could go on the amulet slot.
Oh, and you'd put the other one on the what's the other one that grants it to you? Is that a?
I'm not exactly sure which one would be the strongest. I feel like Disobedience and Aspect of Force Power are only giving percentage, whereas Juggernaut, on the other hand, is giving armor. So, like, I think if we were going to do this, if we were going to try the armor builds, it would be Juggernaut on the amulet slot, and then it would be Disobedience and the Forest Power on, like, the armor and pants or something. I mean, we definitely wouldn't have any want for armor value with this character, so we would pretty much just be focusing on resistances for the. Oh man, we wouldn't want resistances on our pieces of equipment actually, because we could put skulls in our equipment, which would give us more armor, which would be more damage.
Skulls in the equipment give you armor?
I'm sorry,
health.
The jewelry. The jewelry.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So we wouldn't get resistances from the jewelry, we would get armor instead.
Yeah.
Man, this whole thing is making me like, I want to build it. I want to build it. Okay, hold on. let's put this one on pause for a second. Jaguar. Jaguar loyalty. Loyalty. Okay, let's just save him for the moment. We'll come back to him. We'll come back to Jaguar loyalty. Come back. Three rolls on damage reduction versus 3 rolls on resistance. 3 rolls on damage reduction is better. You can pretty much hit the 15% plus maximum all cap just fine. And the all resistances is really like not super duper necessary on most characters if you like kit your gear properly. The damage reduction is going to be far more powerful on Tyraels than anything. Okay, let's reset this. Go back to the build planner, yo. Reset build data, yo. Gonna reset everything. All right, so let's do the aspects first. So Juggernaut, I think, is a no-brainer because it gives a huge amount of armor value, which goes right onto the amulet. We get 1.5 times the armor value, and then I think we like have no choice here. We put disobedience on the body piece, and we put. What is it? The aspect of forest power.
Yeah, that's what it was.
There's also this bruiser's aspect, which I don't know if we want to play with that or not. It's gain 0.05 times 100 plus 1% increased armor. It doesn't. It's a formula per missing life that you have. So per 1% missing life, you just gain armor value and thorns. But I mean,
yeah, it's a percentage of armor. Yeah.
I don't know if the armor is. Yeah, I think it is a percentage. I don't think it's a flat. If it was a flat, I think it would be more powerful.
Yeah, the thorns is a flat, right? The X thorns. Yeah. And that would be like a low life build too.
Well, okay, so unyielding hit is casting a gorilla skill adds 40% of your armor to all of your attacks for 3 seconds. So I think with this particular build, I think we have no choice. Is that if we're gonna go with this, we put it on the main hand. Because then it's 80%, right? So then 80% of all of my armor is then added to my attacks for 3 seconds. So this is just casting a gorilla skill, so it's super easy to accomplish. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to be full gorilla for this. You just have to cast any gorilla skill within a certain time period. So we could go with pretty much any build. I mean, and I think we've already got the basis of a very powerful character here. I don't know exactly how much we're going to be adding. The armor values did get stunted in Season 6 because everything got stat squished. So, but I would imagine with this we would be well over 2,000. Probably into the 4,000 or 5,000 range at this point. Let's take a look at the rings and see if there's anything that, like... gives a lot of armor value, or and then we could take a look at the skill tree too. Hold on a second. Armor.
Oh yeah, there's. Oh yeah, you want permanent uptime on that.
For what?
Armor hide, isn't it? Doesn't it grant? Oh, it doesn't grant.
It doesn't grant any armor. Interestingly enough.
Just block chance.
I mean, just a.
Oh, does resolve? Oh, resolve doesn't either.
It's damage reduction.
Damage reduction.
So nothing in there really get armor. However, I was thinking that strength does. This isn't a strength character, but strength gives armor. There is a path that we could take that would give us a large amount of strength. And that is, I believe, the ring. It's called the Peacemonger's ring. No, not the Peacemonger's. Which one is it? It's no, it is the Peacemonger's. Okay, so this one's not. This one isn't updated with the new stats, so that's fine. So the Peacemonger's ring gives +4 all stats per ferocity or resolve stack. So it basically lets you get a huge amount of all stats for just stacking as many ferocity and resolve stacks as you can. Which doesn't sound like a terrible option. Assuming that you could have like a really high number of each. I don't know how much that would actually give you at the end of it all. What is that, like 4 times? I don't know. Let's say you could have like 12 stacks of each. So that's 4 times what, 24, which is like 96 all stats. That doesn't even really sound like a whole lot.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, is there a Paragon something that for veracity? I mean, there's a multiplicative. You deal 2% increased damage for each stack of resolve you have. Colossal.
Colossal.
It's a rare glyph. I guess that's just a multiplier.
Oops, I made it. Frickin' dang it. I mean, do that. Weapons are pretty much off limits because we need to put that on the actual two-hander to get the biggest bonus. I mean, the fun thing about this build is you're already set up for armor, so you're going to be capped on armor, like no matter what. In anywhere you go, you're done. You're capped on armor. Like don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. Like, you're done. You're done. Did we go with Ebiwaka or did we go with Loyalty's Mane? That's the question. I mean, we're not really doing a Thorns build here. And I feel like the way that this is set up is the Thorns build doesn't really work with what we're trying to create. I mean, Jaguar seems like the most interesting choice. The interesting thing here is that it's a very generic build.
Yeah, you could use it. Do it with anything.
Yeah, you could build whatever you wanted to with it. It's like your goal is obviously to get as much armor as you can. So you're like throwing skulls in your equipment. You know, you've got like pretty much everything's got skulls in it. I wonder if there's anything rune wise that would really kind of like build around this. kind of curious. Tech, met, cry. I mean, there's a maximum life in here. Hmm. Forget what they even do in I guess, gems. Critical strike damage, damage over time, overpower, basic. I mean, I kind of feel like that this could be our Jaguar build. But at the same time, the Jaguar build, while it seems really interesting, I'm trying to think like how this ability works. It says casting a gorilla skill adds 40% of your armor to all attacks for 3 seconds. It says all attacks. So...
Need one.
Well, are we talking about a situation kind of like similar to Diablo 2, where you know like in Diablo 2, where like if you have like Holy Freeze, for instance, or Holy Fire, and you get like 5,000 fire damage, and it's being added to your attack, well then like you're going with faster attacks because the faster attacks are going to apply that damage quicker. Because it's 5,000 damage whether you're doing a big slow swing or whether you're doing really tiny like pokes with a dagger, right? So the little tiny pokes with a dagger just do 5,000 apiece, whereas your big swings are doing 5,000 apiece too, but you're getting far less of them. So like in this case, if I'm adding my armor directly to all attacks, does that mean like if I did Jaguar that attacks like 8,000 times, that he's applying my armor to every single swipe?
I would think so.
In that case, I mean, it might be the best plan is just to go with the Little Loyalty's Bane and then do like Jaguar. In which case we could do something like, what's that one? There's that one that builds Resolve. I can't remember the defensive. I don't even know if I've got a room for it actually, now that I think about it. Your resolve has a 6% chance to not be lost when you are hit for each stack of ferocity that you have. Losing a stack of resolve has a 10% chance to heal you for 11% of your maximum life. You gain, this one, you gain resolve for each 10 vigor you gain over 10. We don't really have, like, the room. I mean, if we're using Peacemonger, we're going to get all the resolve that we need. So, I mean, I guess that's fine. So we'll have capped out resolve constantly. So I guess we go with the ferocity one that gives us like a whole bunch of extra ferocity, so we're like much faster. That still leaves us with an offensive aspect and a ring aspect. I'm assuming that this probably won't work with poison, because it does say attacks. And I've had some experience with some other things, and it just doesn't really seem to work out well with things that are...
Poison.
Like,
yeah, not the dot part.
Yeah, like it's not going to work with dot parts, so I think that rules out poison. I mean, we are using the Mystic Circle for the gorilla. So maybe use the Mystic Circle for the jaguar as well. I mean, it does give us a 7% times multiplier for each stack of ferocity, so that's not terrible. Why does it seem like I'm building a monster? This character seems like it's going to be absolutely insane.
I just wonder if you have to be within the circle, like if it stays with you.
It says while you have the barrier. Empowers them. It's yeah, it says while you have the barrier, so it says casting a gorilla skill in the Mystic Circle empowers them to periodically grant you a barrier for 25% of your maximum life, which increases your armor by 25% while active. So I'm assuming as long as you're in the Mystic Circle for any period of time, and it grants you a barrier, if you leave the Mystic Circle, I'm assuming that the armor bonus stays with you as long as the barrier is active, which as soon as that barrier depletes, then the armor bonus disappears with it. God, so much of the power of this character would come from, like, just random aspects, though. Like, you get, like, the armor aspect on your amulet, and you throw, like, an armor aspect on your armor, and then you get, like, the armor aspect on your pants, and then in the tempering, there's a bunch of armor that you could add in through tempering, too. I think the biggest issue would be getting your resistances high enough, because you're going to be so focused on getting armor for your damage output. It's going to be
wear one of those unique boots that give you a ton of resistance. There's a couple unique boots that give you a lot of resistance. But then you'd have to get rid of the duelist aspect.
A duelist aspect is nice. That's sexy.
Yeah, it is.
It also could go on the amulet slot to give you, like, frickin', what's that, like 15? Or no, it was 7 point, I don't know, it would be 7.5. So you get more ferocity if you threw it on an amulet slot. What we got in here? Is there anything like gorillas? Are there any gorillas in here? Unyielding hits, which we already use. The wound drinker has armor value on it. Let me take a look at the other one. It doesn't have armor value on the new version. Some of these rings do have passive armor value on them, though. Have you noticed that? Instead of a second resistance, they have armor.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's interesting.
One of the rings I chose, the Peacemonger Signet, has 130 passive armor on it. Do I plan on playing D2R Reimagined? I've been asked that question multiple times, and every single time I answer, no, not really. I have no interest in it. I'm glad that Dobrunsky's playing. I'm sure he's having fun with it. I'm glad he's having fun with it. I mean, I think because of the aspects that we have here, I think we're stuck with a core skill. So
That quill volley has that crazy multiplier. Advantageous quill volley.
Quill volley's feathers explode at their apex and return to where they were cast. I mean, it pretty much would come down to a core skill. Like, it's got to be a core skill, I think.
Yeah, but on the skill, like, look at the skill tree for quill volley, and it has, I don't know, I think it has the best multiplier. Maybe I'm wrong. Quill volley hurls 3 additional feathers and deals 10, has that 10 times increased damage to each enemy per hit.
Crushing hands damage increases by 3% times. Every stack of resolve you have up to 24% times. Quill volleys feathers fly 50% further and converge on the target. Your target with 0.20 additional critical strike chance for each point of vigor you had on cast.
Like look at the other one on the other side.
I don't know. I think the other one might be stronger, but I don't really know how the multipliers would work out. The rampant quill volley, I've seen it, how it converges on targets. Like, all of them converge on the target, so you get, like, let's say you shoot out, like, 6 feathers. All 6 feathers hit the target. So, it actually, there's actually another aspect, too, which causes the feathers to come back to you. So, you can have the feathers hit they all converge on the target. You get all 6 to hit the target, and then they go through, and then they come back, and all 6 hit the target again.
Wow.
I've seen it in the video. So, like, I think the rampant quill volley might be more powerful than the advantageous quill volley, just simply because it actually hit the target with all of the quills.
Mm-hmm. Like for single target, unless you're right up against them. Yeah.
Shotgun it in their face.
Yeah, shotgun it.
Okay, so poison's out because we don't think that the armor is actually going to apply to poison.
No.
As far as I know, the free season battle pass just kind of store up like chalkwood in the back of your house, Dark Bendover. I was also thinking about Crushing Hand could be interesting here because there's that aspect with Crushing Hand that, which I do have one aspect left. Crushing Hand has that one aspect where every 3rd consecutive Crushing Hand smashes an additional 10 times around you, dealing 45% of its base damage per hit. And I saw like a video of it, and it looked really kind of ridiculous. Like, you basically just kind of like smash the ground, and then on your 3rd smash the ground, it's like smash. It's like ridiculous. Maybe that could be a way to go. And that would also take care of our unyielding hits like Gorilla Skill, because then that would be our core skill would be Crushing Hand. So we would always be using a Gorilla Skill to apply the armor to it. So let's do that. We're gonna do that. So we still need a basic skill though. So Withering Fist is probably out, unless we want to poison things. I don't know why we would need to poison things, but maybe. Thrash can build us ferocity. I'm trying to think, like, we're using Peacemonger, and Peacemonger allows us to build resolve while we're building ferocity, so we don't have to worry about that. But we do need to build ferocity, otherwise we're not going to get resolve. So maybe that's the way we go. Maybe we just go with Thrash as our basic with the ferocity. So that way we can guarantee that we're generating ferocity while we're using our basic. Then from there, we need lots of supporting skills. I mean, we definitely need some resistances. I don't know if there's any resistances on the board, but
only poison.
Yeah, I think there's like a max poison and then like some poison res. I mean, we might as well take that though, because we're going to need as much resistances as we can get. So let's go Crushing Hand. And then for Crushing Hand, we probably go the multiplier. So for each stack of resolve. Casting a core skill increases all vigor generation by 15%. I mean, I don't know if we have any way to make the enemies vulnerable. Crushing hand
Or you
doesn't make them vulnerable.
You can put soar in your build.
The raccoon is out here peeling and eating tangerines. I guess nobody liked the tangerines then, huh? He's gonna have some heartburn later. He gonna have some heartburn. Burning of the heart. And then he's gonna fart. I'm trying to think like whether or not my armor is gonna get added. Why does it feel like I'm setting up a Thorns character again? Because if my armor's getting added to my attacks, then doesn't that mean that I'm like... like, you know, for instance, like counterattack. Counterattack is just gonna like give me free attacks. Like, is my armor gonna apply to these free attacks that are popping out? Because if that's the case, I'd probably do massive damage that way too. I mean, if they don't want the shell, I mean, they learn. They be learning stuff. They be learning real good. All right. Well, we don't have a pull in, so I think Vortex is a good play.
You could put that on the ruin word too. Take the first two and then put it on the ruin word. But
get a little suck coming in.
Gives you 20% damage increase. It's a broken skill, I think.
Especially if you did what, like crushing hand, vortex, crushing hand for the third one, and then you get all those 10 that come out.
It's gonna look funny. I haven't seen.
Suck them all in. You haven't seen it?
Mm-mm.
I was watching some. What was it the campfire? It was on the campfire chat. I'm sure I could pull up the campfire chat.
I can do it.
But it was when they were showing off skills in the campfire chat. They showed off the that ability, the 10 strikes, and I was like, holy crap, that thing's amazing. Could be fun to set up a character with those. I mean, we're not really set up for blocker dodge, but
Oh, we don't have any more aspect, or you don't have any more aspects. So I was thinking you could use that vampiric one that makes enemies vulnerable.
I think I could use Razor Wings. Razor Wings lasts 300% longer and spirals outward. Razor Wings makes enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds when hitting with a critical strike or from behind. I mean, it seems like an easy way to apply vulnerable to targets. I could also use Concussive Stomp. Stomping on their head, yo. Tell me what you want, yo. I like the barrier creation from Concussive Stomp, and I think it works well with the multiplier thing that they've got going on inside the Paragon board. The one that's like the more barrier you have, the more damage you deal. Let's go ahead and take the anti-venom. I think the anti-venom is like a really easy one to take, just so you can have... just like, please. I don't want to die by poison anymore. Please! I just want to live, my friend. I don't want to die in the end. Please don't let me die, my friend. Alright, we're gonna do Harmonious Protector. We're gonna grab Resolution. And we're also gonna grab Intricacy. That's going to allow us to spam defensive, focus, or potency skills, which I think will come in handy. So we'll max out the protector. I don't think what else we want on our bar here. I do think Concussive Stomp is a fun play. So let's put Vortex here for a pull in. Actually, no, let's do Concussive Stomp right there. Wait, Concussive Stomp is technically a defensive, isn't it?
Yeah. Everything on that node.
Let's put that in the defensive spot. For those of you who are wondering, it's not OCD. I have like a system. My system is click is always basic or whatever I'm spamming. Right click is always my spender, or like if I have like a different core skill or something. But like core is usually the spender, but sometimes it's like kick or payback if that's the spender. 4 is always my ultimate. That way I'm always pressing the same button for the ultimate. I usually do 3 for my defensive skill, and then like 1 and 2. 1 is usually like the secondary skill that I spam that's not like one of my basics or cores, and then 2 usually ends up being something like a pull-in or something of that nature. I was actually trying to think what I want to like throw in here. I mean, honestly, I was thinking about going with Soar. I mean, why not do like Soar and the pull-in? With Soar, I can get the free vulnerability that comes with it, which isn't a terrible option, and it's also mobility, so I get to teleport around. You know, it's interesting to think that the way that this character works, if it works as well as I think it's going to work, you know how like you put points into a skill to make it useful, or like the basic skills themselves would become useful, you know, like by putting points into them and getting all your multipliers and everything. Because the armor is basically my multiplier and it's applying to the skill, it doesn't matter what damage the skill has.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you need the 5 points.
Well, like my basic skill is probably going to do like massive damage no matter what, right?
Oh yeah.
Like even that's what I was thinking. Like even my basic skill is going to do massive damage. Which in that case, maybe I don't go with Vortex. Maybe maybe I go with like Thunder Spike instead, with like the free pull in on the 3rd strike. That way I just have like an additional thing I can use to generate with. Like I'm like, do I need a pull in? Alright, well then I'm just like bop 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 and then I get a free pull in.
I mean, you can take the Ruin Word to get you the free pull in too. You could keep the points in Vortex. Have the Ruin Word proc it and you'll get the effect from it, so you can pull it off your bar.
Speaking of rune words, we gotta figure out what rune words we want to put in this build. Let's Let's save this build before I mess it up. I'm gonna name it GTM's Armored Gorilla. Who doesn't like an armored gorilla? Obviously, armored gorillas are the best. The absolute best. So, let's take a look and see what we got for free. Come on, Tanya B. Gotta go, yeah. It'd be fun to put the earthquakes in the mix just for the lulz. So I'm smacking the ground, have the earthquakes popping up underneath my feet.
Oh, that'd be actually really fun.
Just like thematically.
Making that proc barb. I don't think it'll be very strong, but it's gonna be procking everything under the sun.
And we've also got the free Spiritborn concussive stomps as well. I guess we could do that.
Yeah.
We could have like the concussive stomp, and then we could do like the earthquakes. I'm gonna name him Rumble. From freaking Transformers. Actually, taunt would be pretty nice. Like 800 offering though for the frickin' taunt. So much. I got an idea. Okay. So let's do the tech rune. And we do Neo. And then for the concussive stomp. We'll do like cast an ultimate skill maybe, or that's not gonna trigger enough.
Casting a non-channeling core skill? Or are you just casting a lot of those? I don't know how much.
Let's do the Lytherin. Sounds good. I like the Lytherin. Let's put armor over here. Boop. This character's nuts. I haven't even filled out his skill tree all the way. Like, I guess I can grab casting a core skill, increases vigor generation. I mean, vulnerable damage, since I'm going with Soar for the vulnerable, and vulnerable damage reduction. And then we're going to have Resolve stack, so I might as well grab Perseverance. I don't see any reason why not. We could also grab 3 in Endurance, so that we can get the free vigor every single time we're casting defense concussive stomp. I wonder if that vigor will also come into play when I'm getting the free casts of concussive stomp.
I thought it works that way. I thought when you get the free cast that if you have points in it, it gives it to you.
What's up, Silveraku? No, I didn't pick a. I didn't pick a key pass. Dying. Oh god. So what key passive would I want with this?
Maybe the cooldown one?
I mean, adaptive stances gives me 30% damage reduction if I'm using gorilla skills. And then core stats. Oh yeah, we want core stats, because core stats going to give us strength, and strength will give us more damage. Yeah, so we do adaptive stances.
Oh yeah. 50% per 5. Core stats.
Oh wait, no, core stats
No,
is going to be dexterity for me, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be dex.
Mm.
Every third consecutive cast of the same basic skill increases.
I don't think any of them particularly helped me out very much, to be perfectly honest. What's up, Irene? I was wondering where you disappeared to. I think Gina was just asking the other day. She's like, where the hell's Irene?
All purchase skill ranks. Prodigy's tempo, you get you'll get plus. Oh, but I guess that doesn't matter because you're scaling off of armor. Critical strikes.
These spam calls. Too many spam calls. Yeah. Anna Cake Live mentioned me the other day in her video. She was talking about the cow level. She even,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
She even put me in there. I was in the video.
There's a clip of you.
I don't know. I think this is a pretty solid build. I think it's gonna be kind of crazy.
And you don't have one legendary.
Hmm?
Or I mean, one unique. Sorry.
Oh, I do have one unique. Just one. I'm using
just the helm.
Well, no, two. Sorry, two.
Oh, two. That's right.
Peacemonger Signet, and I'm also using Loyalty's Mantle. I just sent my girlfriend to avocado for no reason. It's just gonna be like, why did you send me an avocado? Not like a real one, just a emoji. Paragon board. All right, let's take a look at the Paragon board. We can get a lot of armor on the Paragon board.
Yeah.
So that's a place we could pick up a lot of armor from. So like first off, we get armor. There's like blue armor nodes like all over the place in like the first section. We can just go ahead and snag all the blue armor nodes. It's interesting because we're in a situation where armor equals damage, and we want more armor, like as much armor as we can get. Which is a really weird situation, because normally you're just like, okay, I got too much armor, I don't need any more. We probably want to take some of the Mystic Circle things. That's what I would think. Okay, we need to find a good board for the Colossal node. We're definitely going to take the Colossal node. It's been a tough couple of weeks. Do you need us to send you some cookies? Cookies make the tough couple of weeks less tough. You can also cry while you eat cookies, and it doesn't really mess them up because they don't really get soggy or anything. I mean, you gotta like dip them in milk and hold them under for like, what, like 10 whole seconds for them to get soggy. So a couple tears, you know, they're not really gonna, they're not really gonna mess with you or anything. You'll be alright. Just a couple tears, you'll be alright. I'm gonna be snarky. Let's go. Let's see. Robots. Ginger, please pick a song for me. Oh, you want me to pick a song? Alright, your song is Yellow. There you go. I picked it. Done. Congratulations. Now you have to listen to it. That's what popped into my head. Yellow. That's the song. Done. Now you're stuck with it. You're stuck with it. Don't complain, you asked me. And that's what popped into my ugly head. He's like, dang it. I'm not asking Ginger no more. So this is bullcrap. Ginger quit Ivanhoe. What? The hell did I quit? Have I tested any QOL updates for D4 like Group Finder? Nah, I'm not really a big Party Finder person. I have no intention of using Party Finder like, at all. I'm glad that you guys got what you wanted, but I have no intention of like ever touching Party Finder. It will be a cold day in hell. Hell before I touch Party Finder. Why does it seem like hardly any, if at all, of the like the boards or the glyphs themselves are like beefed up by dexterity? It seems like they're almost all of them are like strength or like other glyphs that aren't what you would want on a character that's dex based. Quit ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just doing my stream. Quit being needy. How about that? Haha. Bow, 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 bow. Ugh, intelligence nodes. Okay. 1, 2, buckle my 2, 3, 4, out the door. Alright, intelligence nodes. I don't even think there's any reason. No, yeah. 15% increased Mystic Circle potency. What the hell does Mystic Circle potency mean? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the effect of the Mystic Circle is higher?
I would guess.
So like that Jaguar that I was making earlier that was using a 14% like multiplier, does that mean he just gets like a 15%? I don't understand. That seems like a lot. That seems like a way.
Or maybe it's more of what the Mystic Circle does.
Cody, what are you doing? Cody, what are you doing? Come here and lay down. Come on. He gets into these fits and he starts like rearranging his kennel. And he just starts digging everything in his kennel and like trying to like rip up his mattress and it's just the weirdest thing in the world. He's uncomfortable and he's trying to figure out how he can get comfortable. He needs Doritos. Kubus always needs Doritos. He does not always get Doritos, but he always needs them. It's not quite the same thing. It's way too yellow. Okay. Just this once. Just this once, I will give you another song. Okay, I will give you another song. Just this once. All right, here you go. Here's your second choice song. There you go. Have fun with that one. He's not gonna like that one either. He's not gonna like that one either. He's gonna be like, oh, why you give me that one? Does putting points on the skill and enchantment spot increase the enchantment? Yes. Not enough strength node to nowhere. So few strength nodes.
All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Ginger.
All right,
Good
Connie,
luck.
have fun. Man, it's only 8:30.
Yeah.
The time been moving
relaxing.
so slow. What damage type is Gorilla? Is it Wait, I need to move this. Hold on. This is 60, and I want to use this one. Yeah, that's the Dex. Okay, we need to unequip that one. Okay, so Spirit needs to go down here somewhere. We need to find out which board has the highest intelligence. Because our Mystic Circle needs to go on the board with the highest intelligence. 47, 47. So these are both 47. Interesting. Okay, we could do drive then. Honestly, we want a board that has really high intelligence next to the node. So let's put Spirit here instead. The hell's this song I'm listening to right now? So weird. Ginger, can we play the colon game? I already played the colon game. I already played the colon game. Alright, Colossal goes here. Maximum life. Hey, more armor. Non-physical damage. Ultimate damage. Ultimate attack speed. More ultimate damage. Hurt nothing. Alright, and then the last board has got to be either Bitter Medicine or Drive. Looks like a Drive. Is there any armor on this board? There is no armor on the board. Alright, and this one is supposed to be Ritual. And we need to take all of the text nodes. Let me go ahead and save this before, just in case it crashes on me. Sometimes they crash on me. And then I lose all my progress, and then I get upset, and then I want to punch people. And I don't want to punch people. That's not a very nice thing to do to people. Punch them. Sometimes I do, though. Does it not let me remove? Let me remove. Alright, let's refresh the page. Update build, update build. Refresh page. There we go. Okay. Alright, we need every point of intelligence that we can get. Got life on hit here. Certainly not bad. I like life on hit. Who doesn't? This one right here too counts, I think. Alright, that's a pretty big amount of bonus damage for the Mystic Circle. Alright, now we gotta take one of these paths. Like maximum life and damage reduction while moving. Armor, dodge. Yeah, definitely down this way. I mean, I'm not gonna turn this down, but it's not exactly amazing. That pretty much does it. Got resistances down here that we probably need. Yeah, I think that pretty much does it for this build. Unless I forgot to max out any of the glyphs. Oh, I didn't even put a glyph in this socket. What the hell? Or maybe I unequipped it. That might have been what happened. Of course, it's not going to let me take the glyph out for some reason. Yeah, it'll be alright. Just one glyph. Figure it out. Use your brain. Brain mode. Alright, so that one's finished. I think this one's going to be crazy. I'll be right back. Alright, so this one's done. I don't really think we got much more to think about with this guy. Let's go back and open up the Jaguar, finish him off too. Okay, so for this build, we're kind of like focusing on the aspect of the plains power. Which I did think that adding in another Mystic Circle would probably be really good here. What are the 3 Mystic Circle aspects? Let's take a look at them real quick. There's the aspect of the forest power, which is the one that grants barrier for the gorilla skills. Casting a gorilla skill inside of it empowers them to periodically grant you a barrier. Alright, aspect of the sky power. 25% chance to create a mystic circle. Casting an eagle skill and circle empowers you to move them to move with you. What? What? I'm so confused. So the Mystic Circle moves with you? That's kind of cool, actually. Hmm. Somebody has a video? Of course it's one of the people who has early access. Mystic circles are pretty big. This is during the campfire chat. I mean, those are pretty big circles. That's big enough that, I mean, most of the time you should be inside the circle. So maybe having it move with me isn't really that important. I think we're back around, circled back around to the barrier aspect from the gorilla, I think is what we're looking at. So I think we just end up using the gorilla one. The aspect of forest power. I mean, that'll give us a second Mystic Circle. So that's all we're really looking for. Is we're just looking for 2 Mystic Circles, so that we just have a constant, never-ending, like, chain of Mystic Circles spawning, which is the only thing I'm really worried about. I mean, we do get Barrier, and we do get some other things this way. I was also thinking we could maybe, like, replace Rushing Claw. We don't have to go, like, full Jaguar with this. Technically, everything's a Jaguar skill when we're set up this way. So we could include maybe, like, one non-Jaguar skill into the mix. Just like a Gorilla skill. Like maybe Concussive Stomp or something. Let's remove Rushing Claw. And let's throw in Concussive Stomp instead. That way we can get the barrier from the Mystic Circle every single time we Concussive Stomp. I think that's a pretty fair trade-off. So we just replace Rushing Claw with Concussive Stomp. I was thinking maybe we take the Duelist aspect and we throw that on the Amulet slot. Yeah, we want to put Duelist on the Amulet slot. I think it's the first time I'll take a Boot aspect and put it on the Amulet slot for this build. So the entire thing about this whole like aspect of the Plains Power is that the aspect of the Plains Power is going to give us this huge multiplier depending on the number of ferocity stacks that we have. Well, if the Duelist aspect is increasing our maximum number of ferocity stacks, we can get 1.5 times out of that. So then we can add even more ferocity stacks. So it's 5 stacks with maximum times 1.5, which is going to give us what, 7.5? Yeah, so 7.5. I don't know how that's going to add up. Like probably will round down. So we get 1 maximum ferocity from Jaguar Spirit. We also get a second one because of the 100% bonus. So that gives us at the very bare minimum plus 2 there, so we're at 9. I think it's 4 base, so we're at 13 ferocity stacks times 14% per stack, which is 182% multiplier from the aspect of the Plains Power. It's not bad at all. And the other thing that I'm kind of interested in is that in the Paragon board there's this glyph, and the glyph has this thing with the Mystic Circle which says plus 15, you gain 62.4% increased Mystic Circle potency. I have no clue what that means. What the hell is Mystic Circle potency? Is that going to enhance the multiplier that's on my Mystic Circle? I don't know. I'm not really sure how that actually affects the ability or not. Do I usually use 4 or 5 Paragon boards, not including the starter board? You pretty much always grab at least 5, yeah. 4 plus the starter. Yeah, I'm gonna be Spiritborn. I'm probably gonna play like 4 or 5 Spiritborns. That's probably it's gonna be Spiritborn, some more Spiritborn, some Spiritborn, and probably some more Spiritborn. And some Spiritborn. And Spiritborn. Aspect of Turbulence. Soar casts Vortex at its location. Landing location and deals 45% increased damage. Wow. That seems kind of nice. Boop, 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 boop. I feel like we're going to be hurting for... Well, actually, no, this is a different character. We're not hurting for resistances on this character. I kind of want to try out the eagle type. I feel like adding in the other mystic circles into this is just going to make it more and more likely that we have a mystic circle up at all times. I mean, having it move with me sounds kind of interesting too. I'm not really sure we need it to be, but... I mean, unfortunately we don't have any eagle skills to cast to make it move with us, which is an issue. There's that. So, I don't really think it's going to be all that useful to us. I mean, maybe we take it just to get the 25% chance to spawn the circles. I'm not even worried about the eagle skill. Or, you know, one thing we could do is we could grab the vortex from here, and maybe the vortex will count as the eagle skill. I mean, that very well could be the case. So if we grab, like, what is it? Is it Tom? What are you doing? Why are you being weird? Why are you so weird? He's a weirdo. Talking to my dog. Yeah, so we do like the cry here. And then we grab... trying to think here, like maybe we do Neo. And then we can do... Cody is a big ol' cry baby. Don't tell me what you want, it may be. Cody is a big ol' cry baby. Him a gonna be a big cry baby. Don't tell Mr. Cody what to do, 'cause him gonna go poo. Cody monster dog for you. Him's a big old monster snoot. Knock on Cobus. Come here. Come here. He said, no, you're going to be mean to me, and it's just because I don't want to. Come here. Come here. Right here. Over here. Come on. On this side. Come over here. Come here. Gotcha. Oh, no. Come over. Oh, go get him. Beat him up. Go. Look at you hunting for snacks. You don't even care I was beating you up. You just hunting for snacks. Snack hunter. So put a title above your head. It says Snack'em Hunter. Hunter of snacks. How about that? Get your neck meats, and then don't let it go. I'm gonna grab all these neck meats. Look at all these neck meats. This is not neck meats. Use the neck meats. nostrums. There's some toofums in there. Oh, they got some snacks. You better go check. They got snacks. Oh, Cody, they got snacks. They got snacks, Cody. You better go check. He said, what? Where are the snacks? He said, that bull crap. There was no snacks. Because I checked. There was no snacks. He said, this be it. There was not a single snack for me. I have a big heart. I think that usually leads to diseases and stuff when you have a big heart. That's a big heart disease. That's the big heart disease. Gonna make you sneeze. Got the big heart disease. Cody, why are you always whining? He's always whining. Just a big old whining boy. Mr. Cody, the monster dog. Gonna whine everywhere with a log. He said that you don't listen to me. I'm gonna punch you right in your pee-pee. I don't care what you say no more. All the snacks and you hold the door. Gotta go pepper-do and you don't listen to me, so I poo on you. He said, yeah, this is a good song. He said, this is a factual song, 100% factual song. 100% factuals. They got them factual songs. Tell truths. What kind of truths they tell? How about water? Do you want water on your head? How about I pour some Wadums on your head? You want some Wadums? Oh no, here comes the Wadums, Cody. It's raining. Oh no, Cody, it's raining. Oh no, it's raining waters. Oh no. Oh no, Cody. I mess with him something fierce. I don't even care neither. I'll be always messing with him. If you don't mess with your dog, do you even have a dog? I don't even know. I don't even think you got a dog if you don't mess with him on a regular basis. Inspire and share the energy that you love. So congrats. What kind of energy do you love? The energy of pets. How about Kuba's monster dog with his big old ugly face? Ugly face. Face ugly. He said, my face not ugly. He said, I got a handsome face. He said, look at my handsome face. Face. Handsome face. He said, I'm wet now. Thank you very much because you made it rain. You want some more rain? I gave you some more rain. You want some more? You want a water fight? You want a water fight? Come on, water fight. Oh no, it's a water fight. Oh no. Oh no, the water fight. Man, you just reminded me I need to go watch Rings of Power. How many episodes came out since the last time I watched? I might have like 2 or 3 episodes I need to go chillax on. That sounds like fun. Chillaxing on shooting some b-ball. I'm gonna tell y'all. I think this building worked pretty good. Everything's built except for a couple things. I think we're probably on armor for this one. And emeralds. You gonna send me some? You gonna send me some hearts, Gabrielle? You can send me some gay penguin hearts. That's what Gabrielle's sending me today. He sent me that in the mail. He sent me that. Cody, I'm gonna use the daddy voice on you. All right. I'm gonna ask you nicely first. Come over here and lay down. Thank you. That's the goodest boy. See? That's the goodest boy. See, the goodest boy, and you know what goodest boys get? Goodest boys get treatums. Yes, they do. Goodest boys get the treatums. Let's get the treatums. Multiple treatums. There you go. Congratulations. He's the goodest boy and he's the goodest thing. I'm gonna try some of these Bamba peanut butter hazelnut puffs. Last time I tried these, they were delicious. You never know. Sometimes though, you got like different tastes. Oh man, these are just as good as I remember. Oh yeah. They're so soft they like melt in your mouth. There's barely any crunch to them. It's just like hazelnut in the center, and then it's like this really soft. Like it has like a little bit of a crunch to it, I guess. But man, they're delicious. I want to see. Wow, these are really good. Forgot how good these were. Alright, let's update this build. Select these 2 Paragon boards with at least 10 or more nodes. Oh, okay. Gotta do a Paragon board. Alright, I hate it when the auto path thing does that. I want to go this way. Alright, we need one of the intelligence boards just so we can get like maximum damage out of this thing. We need to dive. We need to grab all the intelligence nodes. Every single intelligence time. Yo, mama was an intelligence node. I took all the intelligence nodes. It's okay, cause I need intelligence for my brain, cause I'm gonna be intelligent. I'm so smart. My mama's so proud of me. I'm so smart. My brain is so big. You guys just don't know the sheer size of my brain. Use turns out big brains is like another disease. I got big heart and I got big brain disease. Big heart, big brain disease. Big heart, big brain disease. It's a terrible disease to have. Where's my Jaguar? What is it? Home. Yes, that's the one I want. And then what is strength? All the Jaguar skills are non-physical, right? So that should work too. And then the last one, I was thinking between Infighter and Viscous Shield. I think we go with Viscous Shield. Seems pretty easy to get barriers of some type here and there. Vulnerable and thorns. Last one. We grab this one for the multiplier. That 2% multiplier times every resolve stack that we have is a lot of resolve stacks. I think that pretty much does it. Oh, we're missing one glyph socket. Hold on, let me update the build before it crashes on me. We're missing the base one. Okay. I think Spirit would be a pretty good choice here. I'm already using it. Okay, good. Ugh, Cody slobber on my arm. I think Canny here? Yeah, Canny actually might be a good choice. Because the all the Jaguar skills are fire, right? They're all non-physical. Yeah, they're all non-physical. So, yeah, that works out just fine. And then we just take the non-physical damage bonuses. So that's what? Intelligence. So I'll grab all this crap. Alright, I don't believe we did the mercenary for this one. This is the Jaguar. I'm pretty sure that we probably just go for attack speed on this one, so let's do like Thrash and then grab like Bloodthirst. And then choose Subo. I like it. Alright, Loyalty Jaguar is finished. It's a lot of builds that we put together here. We got the Armored Gorilla, the Jaguar Loyalty, the Eagle Basic, the Kepe Leke build, the Centipede Poison, the Thorns Gorilla Payback, the Quad Basic, and we also updated the Druid build, which was the Earth Spike spam. I updated that for Season 6. That's so many freaking builds. Let's pull these off the list so that I can pull the new ones on the list. So beep, beep, beep. Just so I have these like... Oh, that's not mine. That's Lucky Owls. Lucky Owls steal my builds. Thief. Thief, 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 thief. There is... Unfortunately, I need to see Season 6 only, is what I'm looking for. But, there's so many builds in here. That's the new season, so I know that's Lucky Owls. Dang it. Who are you, Lucky Owl, you demon? You demon! Always copying all my builds. You build copy and copier of Copytown. You know what I'm going to do? I do need to stay up, obviously. But you guys reminded me I haven't caught up on my Rings of Power. I think I might catch up on my Rings of Power episodes. I got a couple episodes to catch up on, I think. I don't know. I need to look. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see where I'm sitting at on the episodes. Oh, so I got 2 episodes to watch. Okay, and they're like an hour apiece. It's currently 9:30, so that's what 10:30, 11:30. Actually, they're hour 12, so that's like at least 10:30, 11:30. That's like at least midnight, if not a little bit later, catching up on the 2 episodes. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. End the night with a little bit of Rings of Power. Before we go doing that, though, let me go ahead and make a community post with my builds on it. All right. Alright, so we got quad basic, the Thorns Gorilla payback, the Pestilence Swarm build, also got the Kepe Leke build, and then we've got the basic Spam Druid, a Spiritborn Jaguar, a Loyalty, a Spiritborn Eaglesaur, and the Armored Gorilla. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 builds. There's only one druid in the entire pack. All the rest of them are Spiritborn. All right, I think that'll about do it. Now about do it. We need a snazzy image. There, snazzy image and everything. If you guys want to get this, it's on my community page, so just go to the community page. You can pull them up at any time. I'm also going to post these in the Discord too. And you don't have to have any announcements too, why not? Cody the little crybaby dog. Crybaby dog. That's your name, crybaby dog. Crybaby dog, crybaby dog, crybaby dog, crybaby dog, crybaby dibby, crybaby dog, the crybaby dog, the crybaby dog. We're going downstairs in a little bit. All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. I will see you all tomorrow. Obviously, I have the stream already up. If you guys haven't seen it, it's been up for a couple days. The launch live stream. I should be starting at least an hour before the actual game goes live. It goes live at 7 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard, so it's like 21 hours from now. And then, you know, like I'll be on before the game actually goes live. We'll be talking and like pooping and seeing who's online, and we'll check out everything. The there are some giveaways going up in the Discord, so if you haven't checked that out, they still. You know, they're still up there. They will be ending around the time when you know, the D4 goes live. It's like the same day basically, just slightly afterward. So far in the giveaways, we only have 38 people signed up. So you still got really good chances to get your hands on some of the swag. So, you know, take a look. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. And be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button on the way out the door. And have a good night.